but unmute, transition, and we are hopefully, as long as everything is correct, we are back. So, welcome Dylan. Welcome onto the stream, man. Good to have you.
Yeah, I'm excited. I don't see anything yet, by the way. On this side.
It should take a minute to catch up.
Okay.
But it should be. Yeah, I see it on my phone now. So we are here. Dylan, you are working on some HO Scout telephone poles, right?
Yeah. So custom built ones made out of wood, and then I use some kind of like then some like metal. I don't know, like kind of like metal, like pieces of just metal, kind of bent into that V shape, and then I use some of like cut off some like nails that you get out of tiny little nails to like railroad ties. Cut those off, and then I put them on top of the poles, and then one like out to make they got
Nice.
wires to them.
That's pretty cool, man. Hey, I am gonna get off of here and actually go to bed so I can wake up to do stuff in the morning on this. But before I go, I just wanted to say to everybody who is getting back on this, we are currently sitting at $810 raised. $1,000 is our stated goal. I think on GoFundMe, it told me to select 800 as the nice target point. So we're literally like 5 hours into this, 6 hours into it now, and we are at, what is that, 85%? I just wanted to. So,
Yeah.
Yeah, y'all. Whoever's doing this, again, thank you to everybody. And with that, I am going to go to sleep. So, bye, y'all.
I see ya. So right now I gotta wash. I can't remember who this is by, but I just use a kind of like a dark earth wash. Kind of just going in between the poles, making it look like it's been on the layout for a long time.
Yeah. Sorry, my mic was muted. Nice.
So yeah, I'm just pretty much just making it look kind of old and it's been out there for a while.
Yeah. Oh, dude, that already looks so good.
It's been on the layout. But I have to take a paper towel and kind of go down so it's not so heavy to wash. Kind of like it's just random spots. It's pretty much just like it's kind of old and it's been out there for a while. I need to pin it now. I'm surprised you're still up.
Oh boy. There we go. I'm trying to minimize everything that's happening on my computer because for some reason it's decided that now is the time to just perish. Yeah, that was Ed. Oh goodness. Yeah, this cold is fighting back against me now that I'm getting a little bit tired, but doing my best here. But those poles are looking good, man. That wash looks great.
Yeah, I didn't want to spend $60 on poles when I can just make my own.
No, yeah, for sure. Especially when it's nice and easy like that. Like that's, I mean, maybe 30 cents of materials per pole, you know?
If I can budget a little bit, especially with all the projects I got coming. especially with new engines and being painted and all that.
Yep. Yeah, it's a costly. You gotta kind of pick and choose where you're putting your money.
Very. Crazy how sometimes like a steam engine could be like $600.
Yeah. Yeah. Man, am I glad that I don't model the steam era like Bill from the Rail Brothers was talking about, because he is, steam era. Luckily he's Pennsylvania Railroad, so he's got lots of prototypical steam locomotives available. But I mean, the cost of that stuff is just, I mean, I don't know if I could if I could get more than a couple of locomotives.
Yeah, no. I mean, I bought a BLI Santa Fe 484 for like 400, and that's still gonna cost me more because I gotta put ESU in there and I gotta wire it and all that. So,
Mm-hmm.
and I made a version locomotive. I'm putting PTC on it
Oh, nice.
so I can actually run on the main line and
Yeah.
not have the F my butt. Because you know the FRA likes to pick over every little thing.
Mm-hmm. So did you build these based off of like looking at prototype photos, these poles, or just kind of based on your knowledge of what they look like?
Pretty much, I went out one day, kind of just driving around, just going to work, and I saw some telephone poles, and I saw some online for like $60 for like a pack of 10,
Mm-hmm.
and I built them myself. So I took photos and just kind of copied it.
Nice. Yeah. I mean, they look great, so.
Just saves money that way.
Yeah, absolutely. And you just use like basswood sticks and stuff?
Yeah, so basswood, and then I just, like I said, I just bent some metal pieces,
Yeah.
get that V kind of shape.
Yep.
Once these are dry and all that, before I even install them on the layout, I'll make some dog posters, some missing people stuff, something like that, just to put on the poles.
Yeah, just to kind of give it a little bit of character.
Yeah. I'm also gonna add one of them. I'm gonna add a transformer.
Nice.
I'm not sure which one yet, but I got the wire and all that. So once I put them on the layout, then I'll wire them all together. I got some black, like, wires that I can use.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
Paid like $3 at Hobby Lobby, which wasn't bad.
No, yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, Hobby Lobby has some great deals on some modeling like material stuff. Like I picked up all the trees that are on my T-Track module, which I've shared on my channel and in the server a few times. All of the apple trees on those were all made out of 27 gauge jewelry wire, which I got for like $4 at Hobby Lobby, and I made like 12 or 15 trees or something like that.
Yeah.
And I still have plenty of wire to make more trees, so it was worth the purchase.
So I love their paint products too. Like I get a lot of my paint there.
Mm-hmm.
Especially like I use a lot of Vallejo. Do you know Vallejo?
Yep, Vallejo's good.
I usually get a lot of their Vallejo for like the wheels and the rusting and all that.
Yep, I've got right here. I've
for
got
what?
my Vallejo model color rust wash.
Yeah, I'm still trying to find. I gotta fix that a little bit, but I'm still trying to find a good. Like I love the wash I'm using right now, but it's not great on engines.
Yeah.
I'm trying to wash.
Washes. Washes can be tricky.
Yeah, very tricky.
It can be very, like, material dependent.
Speaking of, I just had a pole break. I'm gonna fix it. No super glue ain't gonna fix something. Wow, those are drying and now that's drying up a little. So yeah, this is the Geo car that I'm currently building.
Yeah,
This
yeah,
is like,
yeah. Go into that.
so I painted it Santa Fe red. I gotta paint the wheels and all that, but I painted the top silver. I got decals coming for the sides of it. And then the car I'm building is right here, which is gonna be the Geo car itself. I just used an old Walther's Santa Fe car. One of the like a coach car, and I'm just gonna redo the sides and make it look like it's a Geo car.
Nice.
And then this is the Santa Fe steamer that I'm doing. I gotta put new gears in it.
Jeez, you're a braver man than I would be taking apart a steamer like that.
Oh man, I'm scared too, and I know what to do, but I'm still scared. I even built a auxiliary tender, so when I'm running the scheme excursions.
Mm-hmm.
So I bought a Santa Fe I bought a little Bachmann auxiliary tender, and I made it Santa Fe.
Oh, nice.
And then I'm adding, like I said, I'm adding PTC to the tender and all that. But I got projects for days, and it's fun, but sometimes a lot of projects can get annoying.
Yep, I've got so many projects, dude. I've got sitting on my desk right now. I have 1, 2, 3 half-weathered boxcars, a fourth boxcar that has the starting stages of weathering, a fifth boxcar that still hasn't started being weathered yet. I have a half-built building. I have an HO scale boxcar that has that just needs its decals to arrive.
Yeah.
I've got so much stuff, dude.
You got a lot.
Yep. Well, that's the ADHD. It gets you every time.
Feel that. I'll start a project, not finish it, and then later on I'll come back to it.
Yep.
Like, for instance, that Geo car, I'm waiting for the sides, but I guarantee you once the sides come, I won't finish it for another week.
Yep. Always more projects being added to the list than being removed from the list.
Literally the truth.
Oh man.
So, what was Amherst like? Because I'm gonna go next year, but
Oh, dude, it's such a fun time. It can. I will say, it can be overwhelming. There is so much to see, so many people to see, so many layouts to see, so many vendors to look at, and so many booths to wander through and stuff. But it is so much fun. It's Amherst is the show that I look forward to every year. I've been every year since they came back after COVID. And then before COVID, I went in 2020, and then I went in 2017, I think it was, with my family. That was the first time I went. And it's just such a blast. There are so many amazing layouts that show up. Between there's the Freemo layouts are always awesome. This year they had, I think, like a 200-foot long Freemo HO layout, which is incredible. They've always got they've got the Reading Historical Society layout, which is like 150 feet long and like accurately models places throughout Pennsylvania along the Reading line, which is super cool. There's always, the Dry Hill layout is always awesome with their operating hump yard. And then, of course, the Amherst Beltlines itself, which is just a massive, massive layout. And then the people. I mean, that's what really got me this year. This year I was pulling like double duty. I was wandering the show for myself, but I was also running trains on the T-track layout for parts of the days, and I was also volunteering at the NMRA booth for parts of the days. So I got to meet so many people. And also this year is the year I really kind of stepped into the wider model railroading community, like as a whole. I got to know Ray and the guys at ATLP. I got to know Heath Hurwitz and the people in his chat at Humanity Junction. And so there were so many people that I knew their screen names. And I got to meet them face to face. And it just... The amount of people that I met and got to chat with and got to share stories with was what really, really got me this year, because there are just so many people.
Yeah, I want to go. Like, I'm probably trying to get a booth. Once I get more information, I'm going to get a booth. I'm also going to go to Train Fest this year.
Nice.
That one I'm excited. Never been to it, but we'll see how it is. I've heard good, and I've heard no.
Yeah, that's one that I'd love to get out to sometime, but a little far.
There was a train show in Peoria, Illinois that I was just ending. I was out there with the booth, and it wasn't like 400 people came, but it was fun. A lot of kids showed up.
That's always fun.
Saw some good deals that I passed up. Like I saw DNSF SC, and I was thinking of painting it at Santa Fe, but AC 6000 I gotta do, and a 60M I gotta. I saw a couple of AC 6000s, but a little overpriced from what I'm wanting to pay. I found one on eBay for like $180.
Nice.
So I'm gonna go for that one.
Yeah, very nice.
Let these dry, and then I'll put some. What powders do you use?
So I use the Bragdon Enterprises powders, which I don't think are sold anymore, but you can still find them around online, all sorts of places. Actually, they might still be sold. I'm not sure.
I use these.
Gotcha. It looks like it's very similar to what I've got. I'm curious now. Yeah, Bragdon Enterprise. Are they still around? Oh, they are still around. Okay. I don't know why I thought they weren't around for some reason. Weathering system. Yep. View catalog.
Did you see Macrail was showing off his solo panels for like the passenger car?
Yeah.
I was telling him, I was like, dude, once you have those released, I'm ordering a bunch. I was like, I'm building the Geo car, so you have no idea how excited I am.
Yeah, I really like, I understand why, but I wish he would do bring some of his stuff to N scale. Because, like, I would order so much of it.
I have so much of his stuff that I'm still going to close, like, I gotta.
Yep.
I also have Wallace, Locomotive Works. I have a bunch.
Yeah. That's one of the big downsides to N scale is there's just like such a lack of like detail parts because it's so hard to manufacture things that small. But with 3D printing coming around, it's starting to finally come into its own.
Yeah, I've noticed some companies are starting to get back into it.
Yeah. And that makes me very happy as an N-scaler.
Yes.
But yeah, it's good to see. It's really good to see like companies coming up with these new detail parts for N-scale guys. There's a group of a few guys. Coley, who's in the server, is one of them. But they're working on designing and 3D printing like diesel locomotive accessories and detail parts to start super detailing an N scale, which is super nice to not have to manufacture your own. But like they started with just basically taking the UP executive E units and coming out with the little detail parts that you would need to model those. You starting with a Kato E8 or E9. So
Speaking of company that I partner with, they sell N-scale speakers and all that. So I here show you one right now. Let's see if I want.
I might have to look into that then. I
What?
was not aware that they did N-scale speakers.
So I don't have any N-scale on hand, but like this is the company.
Yep.
Um,
Golden Spike, yeah.
Yeah, they I love their speakers. I have actually 2 of them in my scale trains unit. But they're doing some N scale, and they also have LEDs available for N scale now. And then they're also making like chains, so like when you do like a load on a flat car, you can have some chains that look realistic.
Yep. Yeah, I got some real fine like jewelry chain for I have a flat car that's got just the chains, no actual load. So it's like it's just leftover lading from a load that's already been unloaded. But yeah, I just got some like real fine jewelry chain off of eBay, and that's what I used for that one. But it's just, I don't know, it looks really good, but something about it is just not quite to scale. So
Yeah, I mean, I wish someone would make modern day like trucks and all that for like cars you can put on your layout. Because like I have a few like Toyotas and all that, but like it's so hard to find modern day stuff because usually everyone models like the 50s and 60s.
yeah, I wish there was more for the 70s and 80s, because that's what I need. There's tons of stuff for the 40s, 50s. There's some stuff for the 90s and 2000s. But there's like almost nothing for the 70s and 80s. Which really sucks.
It's like you have to 3D print them.
Yeah.
So right now I'm just adding some powders kind of bottom, since most of the dirt will be kind of towards the bottom of the pole.
Yep. Nice.
And then once these are all dry, I'll clear.
Yeah.
So yeah, like I was saying earlier, wasn't paying attention. Grabbed this. I didn't know my soldering iron was on. I forgot it was on. It was set to 700 degrees.
Too much.
Kind of moved, grabbed something, and I just grabbed the wrong part, and I didn't know it was on. Just burnt. Just really screamed loud.
Yeah, that's really, really suboptimal.
I mean,
Yeah, man, that'd be awesome.
I had to get. I'll show you. I had to get so even like model, kind of my era, like modern day. I had a guy 3D print me Chevy Silverado, like a newer style cab.
Oh, nice.
And so like I was saying, it's just so hard like to get these nowadays because you have to 3D print them, or you could buy some from Target, but they're so oversized.
Yeah. It's not to scale. It's not properly to scale.
You can buy some cheap ones on eBay, but they're not to size either.
Yeah. Yeah, getting things right to scale is, I mean, it's something that for anyone who's not really into the hobby, like I can understand how it could seem like, oh well, it's just a little thing, but to those of us who are in the hobby, it's like, yeah, it's just not right, you know. So
I'm gonna click it. So.
those look great.
Thank you. I think once I add like the dog missing dog signs and
Yeah.
stuff like that, nice.
Yeah, those will look, I mean, right at home along right away. My computer's finally decided that it wants to be alive now.
Work.
So it's finally settled into having woken up again. So I can finally turn my camera back on. So hello, I'm here now. Oh jeez. Yeah, I don't know what was going on. I after I restarted my computer, it was just like everything was just struggling so hard.
Yeah, I had my computer, my other one, before I got a new one. I had all my files on there for all my sound files.
Yep.
And it really just, I don't know what happened, like the memory card just blew up.
Oh,
So like
jeez.
all my files.
Oh man.
So I'm currently working on the past few days trying to recreate all my files, all my custom horns I did, everything.
That's really rough.
I didn't think it would do it too. Like, you know, you don't think your computer would do it that often, but it did.
Yep.
That's why
Sometimes it's just that,
I have
you know.
backed up.
But yeah.
This one I made sure I backed up on everything.
Good. Yeah. Once you go through one of those experiences, you don't make that same mistake twice.
No, you don't.
I had the same thing happen to me in school. I lost like all of the work that I had done the previous 2 years, just gone, because the drive that it was, I only saved it to one drive, and that drive just like ate it, and I still haven't been able to recover those files. Like, I'm sure that there's someone that I could send it to that could like open up the drive and like extract the data off of the memory chip, but like I just haven't.
Yeah, I need to find someone because if I can still get these files, it's gonna save my life.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Because I mean, ESU files are a ton of work to work with.
Oh man, yeah.
Like I'll show you. This is a custom horn I did for the Santa Fe ET44.
Yeah, sure.
Show you the Dash 9 I did too. Oh, this is the horn. Recorded off a real K5HL. Pull up. I don't like using my hands full of paint, so I always wear gloves.
Yep. Yeah.
So I'll show you my show you the well, this one's a custom RX5L.
Mm.
Yeah. It's very loud and it's very mean.
That sounds like a winner to me.
I'll play it. This is a Rapido GP38.
Yeah.
Had it weathered and all that.
Beautifully weathered.
Come on, work. You know how computers are, they like to take their time. I gotta reset this.
Telling you, man, as soon as that go live button gets pushed, all the gremlins come out. Without fail. Doesn't matter what you're doing, doesn't matter who's clicked the live button. As soon as that live button gets clicked, the gremlins just show up.
You really gonna do this today? Like, oh, now took you a while. Yeah, that's the custom horn.
Oh jeez, the Discord. Oh man, Discord did the thing where it where it doesn't play the loud sound. It auto noise gated it. Man.
Can you hear that?
Nope.
That's great.
I'm trying to remember how to turn that off. I don't think it's easy enough to turn it off for you to just do it. I think you have to go to your. Well, actually.
Yeah, let me pull up.
Yeah, if you click on the little or touch the little I think there should be a little arrow key that's next to the microphone on your screen. And if you go to voice settings on there, you should be able to turn off what's it called? Like noise reduction or whatever.
So this is a C30-7.
I love the -7 line.
This one I weathered it to make it look like it was how it is today. So this is my local power, so it never sees the main line.
Yep.
Well, it kind of sees the main line if it has a crossover, but I mean,
Yeah, it doesn't make mainline runs.
yeah. So this is my Rapido one, and this one got a fouled RS3L. So that's more of a fouled kind of sound.
Yeah, we can't hear it at all on the stream.
That's,
That sucks.
I'm trying to see if I can fix that.
Yeah, if you go to the voice settings, you can go to
Change audio? No.
where is it?
Voice settings?
If you scroll down to advanced, there's the noise suppression, and if you turn that to none, then I think would be able to hear it.
So what I see is soundboard volume, echo cancellation, That's all I really see
Where are you seeing that?
on my screen.
What'd you
Kind
no?
of on the
What'd you hit to get
uh,
there?
voice. So I went to. Can I share my screen with this?
That's a good question.
I don't know how to work Discord much.
It's fair.
Um,
Let me see.
oh,
So,
noise. Okay, I see it.
yeah,
Do I
noise
go to
suppression,
none?
and yeah, hit none on that, and then we should be able to hear the horn.
Let me try it now.
Let's see it. There it is. Oh, that's a beautifully fouled.
So yeah, that's the fouled RS3L.
Oh, I love that.
This one's got all like the lights with it.
That's a gorgeous model.
So it's got the flashing beacon.
Oh, I love it.
Inside the cab, if you can see, it's got the gauges that light up.
Oh, yep. I see the whole control stand.
Man, it's one of my favorite models.
Yeah, that is awesome.
So I'll grab another one. So I'll play the RS5L one again.
Yeah. And for anyone who wasn't on the stream earlier, who's on the stream now, Dylan models basically a what if the Santa Fe Burlington Northern merger never occurred. So he models the Santa Fe Railway in modern days.
So this is the RS5L. Alright, now it's time to act up again. Don't you love it?
Without fail.
You gonna work today? No? Okay. Alright, we're gonna try this again.
You're the prime mover.
Yeah, normally I shouldn't do that. I usually have to push F8.
Yeah, to turn on the prime mover.
Don't know why he wants to act up tonight. Did it work now? I think I got it. Okay, so this is the RS5L.
Oh, that does sound mean. I love that.
So that's my favorite right there. This one also has the gauges that light up inside too.
Oh,
So,
I love that. Yep, there they are.
and then I turn the light off. All the step lights light up. So you can see, has step lights.
Oh man,
It
this
has
is
a
the
beacon.
kind of stuff that I wish we had in N scale.
There's the beacon,
Yeah,
the headlight.
yeah, and the running board light there on the front of the hood. Oh, that's so good.
So I kind of cheated the system, and at work I kind of recorded a audio of a GP38 switching. Prime motor off of that recording.
Nice.
Because the engineer working that shift, he likes to really put it in notch 8. Man, that's good. Hopefully these are dry. So yeah, like I said, I'm gonna put, once these are on, the layout, I'll grab some of this line that I have.
Yep.
I'll wire them all up.
Yeah, those are gonna look great.
My next layout I build will be a main line out of Seattle.
Oh, cool.
I'll have pine trees. I might do a snow scene.
Nice. Always love a good snow scene.
Yeah, I don't know why, but I feel like a Santa Fe in the snow would be fun to see.
Yeah. Awesome.
There's one guy that's in the around the layout. He models the Santa Fe. I forget what subdivision he models. But that stuff is pretty cool. I have a sticker. Hold on.
Gotta love those stickers.
The Mountain Division. I don't know if you ever heard of him. So he models.
Oh, yes. Yeah. That's,
stuff- I forget his name.
oh my gosh, I know who that is.
See, it's a. Because my stickers just came in not long ago. These are mine.
Yeah, those are cool.
Oh, what's his name? It's starting to annoy me.
It's on the tip of my tongue, dude. Mark Herrick.
Yes.
That's it. Thank you, Google. Oh my gosh, that was breaking my brain.
I like his stuff. I like his layout, even though I hate orange.
Yeah, the scenery is pretty hard to beat. I've been to Doug Diedrich's N scale layout. He models basically that same piece of railroad, from through like along Glacier National Park and all in on the Kalispell subdivision of the Great Northern, though, because he does the Great Northern in the 1950s, so it's a different kind of orange. So.
Like right now, I'm adding reflective tape around the bottom, so like a car need to pull.
Nice.
I use reflective tape by Smokehouse.
Mm.
They make some really nice products.
Awesome.
So how was the chat Tuesday?
Sorry, what was that?
Chat on Tuesday, I kind of missed it.
Oh,
With
the ATLP chat.
Yeah.
It was good. Ray was a little under the weather, so he was just kind of sitting in the background listening to us all chat for once. It was a slightly different dynamic than usual, but it was a good chat.
I saw his post about him not feeling well.
Yeah, he was fighting. Like he said, he was fighting the flu, and then after the flu, he had some inner ear issues, so he was all off balance and just generally feeling unwell.
Axed by.
So. All right. So let's see. After you tonight, we've got one more guy, Ian, coming in for another hour, and then I get a couple hours of sleep, and then I can get up in the morning and get our buddy Bart, who's Doak in the Discord server. He is doing what's Bart starting off tomorrow morning with, or I guess technically this morning now. He is doing some block automation on his N scale layout, which that'll be fun to watch. And that's 5 Eastern. So. So yeah, once you get your reflective tape on there, I think we'll get ready to swap over to Ian, Dylan. I'm gonna run and grab a quick cup of tea in between. Oh, that looks great.
So that's what the reflective tape.
That looks beautiful.
I'm out of. Hold on. I have a flashlight somewhere. So like, yeah, if I turn this on. See? I don't want to.
Even the flashlights don't work tonight.
Alright, let's check it. So that kind of like reflects.
Oh yeah, I see that. Nice.
Yeah. Hopefully no one decides to pull I don't know. I've seen we're at a crossing, they try to get around us and we crash right into the
Jeez.
poles.
Yeah, you might just have to model that now. You model one pole instead of vertical, it's like at a 30-degree angle, and there's a car like smash into the base of it. You get a couple cop cars around it.
Honestly, that's actually not a bad idea.
It's a fun little scene, you know? Add some visual interest to the layout.
Do you know the 2816, the CPKC steam engine?
Yep.
When I was out in Iowa, I was chasing that. Some guy was trying to record pacing it, and he wasn't.
Jeez.
And he was going like the speed limit of the steam engine, which is like around 60.
60-ish, yeah.
Ran into the back of a semi truck.
Oh, good lord. Pay attention, people.
That was like a fun thing to see on Facebook. But yeah, that's what the 3 respect. Yeah, I can't talk to them.
3 strips.
Yeah.
Nice.
So I won't do all posts because like that doesn't make sense. Just some of them.
Yeah, every like 3rd or 4th one or whatever.
But yeah, that's how I weather my polls, really.
Yeah. I mean, they came out great. They look. I mean, that looks just like a telephone pole I'd see pictures of out in the western U.S. So, well done, man.
Thank you.
Excuse me. All right, awesome. Thanks so much for sharing tonight, dude.
Yeah, no problem. Appreciate it.
Yeah, great work. So we're gonna go ahead and hop over to Ian now. So I'm gonna put up the "Be Right Back" screen while I go grab a glass of water and a mug of tea, and then Ian, we will get right to you. So thanks, Dylan, for hopping in, and we'll be right back. There we go. So, Ian, welcome to the stream. It's great to have you here.
Yes, thanks for having me.
Yeah, if you want to share a little bit about what you're doing, what you got here, and your layout and stuff, and we'll go from there.
Sure. I don't really model a time period. It's all basically fantasy. But I guess you could call it a mashup of what if Pennsylvania and New York Central never merged. So I like Pennsylvania on their own and New York Central on their own. And I got a couple Boston and Albany engines, all in O scale. I have a huge box of HO. I decided to go from all HO to all O. But plan is to maybe make a second table for HO again.
Nice.
Tonight I'm going to be rewiring, not really rewiring, moving the track up a bit, and some trains, because it looks cool on video, but with the way I have it set up with the third track and it looping around everything, it doesn't leave much room for buildings or trees or anything. I do have Legacy. I don't have the Cab 3 yet. I just go between my phone and my and the Lionel remote thing, and it works pretty good. So
nice.
I've had. Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say I gotta admit I'm not an expert on the O scale stuff. Yeah. I know a little bit. I've got a couple friends who are really into O scale, but I have a vague knowledge. Like I know what legacy means. So
think of it like
I know it's kind of like DCC if DCC was all proprietary systems.
Right. It's the creme de la creme. Well, what would hopefully be the creme de la creme. I think Vision Line is that now for Lionel. It's like Line Chief plus whatever Legacy Vision Line. For it. It's. You were talking about it earlier on the stream for different pricing and whatnot, and it's not friendly. I try and find almost everything I find, or I try and find it secondhand. Yeah. If it's worth it to me, I'll get it new. Like this is a New York Central Legacy that came out for the 2024 from the 2024 catalog of Lionel, and then this is a Pennsylvania Line Chief Plus from 2020 that I just picked up recently. Nice. This one. So before I had 3. It's up on my TikTok as well. I had not the original, but I had 3 HOs just on the green section of the table, and then I added in this section, and then there's another 2-foot-ish section off the other side. So went from an 8x4 to 8 in the middle, almost 8 on the end, longer than 8 on this side by like 10 or 12. So it's real nice having a go over everything. So underneath is a giant pile of spaghetti to do all the wiring. I have a 50s transformer, the 4-post, what do they call it? Trainmaster one. And each post goes to a different block, or a block set on a bus. And then each bus goes out to the outer, inner, and then lighting.
Gotcha.
And I'm about to switch up and go halvesy on the lighting because it just draws so much. Like that scale lighthouse in the back, it doesn't spin, but it strobes in like an SOS sequence. And with most of this is LED, but that big bulb or the
big
capacitor
incandescent bulb.
Oh my gosh, it I think there's a capacitor in it because it doesn't do a solid SOS signal. It changes, but every time it goes off, everything else dims.
Oh,
So I have
jeez.
another transformer that I'm going to do, maybe just for that. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like it might be worth it. That's something else.
Yeah, but O scale, it's a lot easier to do closed loops
Yeah.
without having to worry about the outer rail being missed. And something that I tested recently, which was pretty neat that it worked, is I'm gonna jankily move my laptop.
Yep.
So these two are on two separate terminals two separate circuits.
Yep.
And the only thing stopping it is a little gap that you can take a wire from underneath this piece.
Yep.
So I can power them up individually, cross them over, but they'll never have to worry.
Oh, that's awesome.
So
The great things about having 3 rails instead of worrying about 2 rail DC.
right. Which I was looking into that, and that's kind of why I got into it's just the ease of not having to really stress about that.
You never have to worry about reversing loops, and you never have to worry about power crossovers, shorten things out, and it's just so much.
Yeah.
The wiring side is so much easier.
But on certain switches, like these are all 36-inch radius switches. Once I get a bigger table, move it to another area. Excuse me, I'm probably going to go to 60 or 72 and try and see if I can get wider. I figured out that I can't reverse some engines through the switches. I have to go straight through.
Too sharp of an S curve?
No, even weirder. The rollers in the middle are so wide that it bridges.
Oh, it'll hit the second rail, the outer rail.
Yep.
Wow.
And yeah, and the old transformers, they don't have a quick circuit breaker.
Nope.
You better just yank that thing.
Yep.
So, yeah.
That is a failure mode that I would have never thought about.
Right.
That's fascinating.
Right. It went through just fine, and I can back up others. So I was testing it the other night, and suddenly, oh no.
Yeah,
no.
My friend Corey's got an old transformer like that for his layout, and it's the same deal. He's like always on watch for any kind of short.
Yeah, and that was when I was doing underneath, because the way I have it is here we go. I watched a YouTube video a little while back, and I wanted, what are they called? Lever Wagos, but I got push-in ones. And you do power in to the section of track you want, and then to the next section. So I do that for positive, and then another one for negative. And that's how I feed it all throughout, without having to worry about voltage drops.
Nice.
So, and it's basically the same thing I did to get each station and each building in, is just to station, and
yep.
And I put in the lights too. Before I had 2 floodlights, 2 work floodlights, and just a regular work light hanging from the top.
Yep.
And the way I did it is, I'm gonna step out of bounds for a minute. I have it on a separate switch. So I can do the lights off.
Oh, and then turn on the lights in the building. Oh, yes.
Yeah.
I love it.
So I gotta looking at a couple more buildings.
O-gauge buildings just look so iconic when they're lit up.
Yeah.
It's
And I realized
instant nostalgia.
Yeah. And it's they're the hobby shop there's 2 by me, 30 minutes either direction.
Yep.
One of them has a layout, and it's just jam-packed. They have 1 outer loop, 1 inner loop, and then a raised inner loop, and it buildings galore. And it's just going back to well, seeing it the first time when I got the Harry Potter set back in like '06 for O gauge,
Yep.
and that's what really got me into O was getting that first O set,
Yep.
and then we had a bunch of old HO, and I have a G gauge from the '70s. So yeah, it's all nice to see it go, and that's why my fiance got me the Lion Chief Harry Potter set again, so I could. The old one, we accidentally may or may not have hit the track with the vacuum, trying to vacuum up all the pine needles like 15 years ago, and it just never ran again. And now it runs, but only in forward, no reverse.
No reverse, of course not. No. Why would it? No, you don't need reverse. Reverse, never. No.
No. If you got a loop, you're good. Moving again and go to the other side.
Love those bridges.
Yeah, this one with the light on top was a kit that you have to screw them together, and then this one, I don't know the age of it, but it's the old metal one. So it's all one piece, and
Yep,
you just
you
kind of
slide the rail through.
Yep. And I'm actually quite happy that Fast Track fits through, because when these were both made, it wasn't invented yet.
Yep, it was all tubular.
Yep. And then I found out really quickly that somehow I placed them perfectly, and none of the engines overhang enough because they're quite close to this corner. They miss each side. I had to move this one a little bit because one of the Boston and Albany's I have is like this long. So when it hits the next corner, it bangs the back off of this one.
Yep.
Let's see. I need to cut this one. And I soldered most of it together.
Nice.
So, only a few have it, but...
solid connectivity.
Oh yeah, when they draw this much power, you got it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
There we go. Now.
Up and away.
Did I do that side? Come on. There we go. Whew. If you use another day. Ooh, I just felt it give on me. Yep. Okay, cool. Oh. Another thing that I have to invest in is remote switches. All mine are manual.
Yeah, I can imagine especially if you've got any that are a little further into the layout. I can imagine that could be could get pretty rough pretty quick.
Yeah, if I'm sitting, I have a stool over by the Power Master when I have all my conventional, just manual ones going for the engines, and I forget to flick a switch. Yeah, I'm running.
Yep.
So that should still leave me with two wires. Yep. Okay. Drop the track out. I need a turner to swap with you. Oh, I had something. I swear I did.
On the tip of your tongue.
Mm-hmm. You won't believe how many times I lose. I work in IT for an MSP, and the amount of times I'm on with someone, I'm like, yep, nope, lost the word. It'll come back to me in like, I don't know, maybe an hour. We're off the phone. I'll figure it out, but I'll get there.
Yep. Yeah, that's how it goes. It's right there in your brain, and then it's shoop, and then it's gone.
And it's no better. It doesn't matter how much sleep I've had. I'm saying this because it's 1:30 in the morning.
Yep.
But it's fresh out of sleep.
Does not matter.
Mm-mm. And for when I was watching the stream before, the years, these are so far the only decent ones for O gauge is when they come on the intermodal.
Yep.
No, I
Those are
have
nice,
at least
though.
a 65 Mustang, yeah.
But yeah.
Oh, what is that? 10. Ooh, I might not have the track for this. I always forget. Because I've done so much changing. If I can do it. Well, we'll see. And the nice part about having the roadbed like the Kato, you can hide all the holes you had to drill.
Yeah. Yeah, it is nice.
Don't turn on. Thank you. Let's see. How much should I do? I think that's about right. I don't accept. I might have to. Can I get away with not drilling a hole? I hope so.
That'd be nice.
Yeah. I don't want to have to. Let's see. Two seconds. Where did I go? No. Nope. I'm gonna have to drill a hole.
Oh.
Yep. I think I might mute for that then.
Yep.
Yeah.
Rather than get all that drill noise in there.
Good, the battery's still. I always forget to charge it. Let's see.
Yeah, those removable batteries, they get you every time. You always forget to, or at least I always forget to take them off.
Yep. Or you think you did just fine, and you're about to be done with your project, and then suddenly it loses
It just
all
dies on you. Yep.
Good. A wee bit of rust on that one. I'll just quick remove that. Okay. All right, so that's there. That's there. Right. Oh, right. I'm gonna switch the 10 for you. I'll mute it in just a second.
Yep.
Right about there should be good. Fingers crossed. And where's my mute button? All right, testing.
So perfect.
Sweet.
All good?
All right, I hope so. Did the good old eyeball check, and that's what we're gonna go with.
Sometimes that's good enough.
Measure twice, cut thrice. All right.
Yeah, that's how it usually works for me anyway.
You should see the amount of scrap underneath the table.
Oh, jeez.
Scrap wire, at least. And then, one. All right, try that again. One. One. Two. Ouch. 1, 2. Cool. That wasn't so bad. Now I got some extra length. Where's the... There it is. I'm actually glad I tested the camera on this laptop because it's like 8 years old. And it's with all the I thought I needed 4 lights, so I bought 4 lights and hooked them up thinking that they would. I got low their flush mount, or what would be flush mount if it was a finished basement.
Yep.
LED lights that aren't a lot of wattage. No, if I wasn't wearing a hat, I would be whitewashed. Would not be able to see me whatsoever.
Yeah.
Let's see. There goes that. I think I might do it to 9 inches then.
While you're working on that, I just want to thank everyone who's been watching. I mean, the fact that it's been, let's see, it has been 7.5 hours since we started, which is just over, or just, I guess it's just under a third of the way through our planned live stream. And we are already at $810 out of our $1,000 goal, which has absolutely just mind blown me. You all out there who have donated to the excuse me, fundraising goal, which the QR code for is on the screen in the bottom right corner. And the link is in the description, and I actually should make sure that it's pinned to the live stream chat, because I don't think it's pinned to the new live streams chat. So let me make sure that gets pinned while I'm thinking about it. But it's all the fundraising that we are doing tonight and today, and all this whole live stream event is all going to the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. It's going to a great cause to help people, help the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia to really, do what they can and assist children who are, having medical crises, and help treat them and care for them. And so thank you all so much for all the support that you've given the stream so far. And here's to another 16 hours.
Agreed. Great. Okay. Good. I gotta count the sections on this side. Make it even.
Message pinned. Perfect.
Oh.
Okay. Got that pinned.
And then I'm gonna try and make this seamless. But might be easier for me to switch over to my phone.
Yep.
To actually show the trains running, because I realized once again I didn't leave myself much room to put the laptop unless I have it over in the corner and me way over there in the distance. Then you might not hear me as well. But there. Actually, I might work on that too. Another thing I've been having a weird trouble with is my small Boston and Albany. When you're trying to run the whistle on it,
Yep.
It decides to. Oh, that's interesting. It decides to just get a speed boost, acts like a turbo button instead.
Oh yeah.
Well, running the
yeah.
whistle.
It like sends more voltage to the track or whatever.
Because what it's supposed to do is embed. What did they say? Embed a DC signal into the AC signal that triggers the solenoid in it to run the whistle. So it's one way of doing it.
I guess. Sounds fancy.
I mean, for the 50s it was.
Yeah, it's true. That is true, actually. For the 50s, that was probably pretty high tech.
Because that's, I think the oldest one I have is from '76, and that has a motor and the E unit, which
Yep, reverses.
and then I have an '85, which is a Boston and Albany with magna traction instead of the traction tire, the magnetizing wheels. Then a '97, and then 14, 20, 23, 24. Oh, and another '97 diesel set for New York Central.
Nice.
See if this is the right one. Yeah, one of my best purchases for working on computers actually really helps with this too. The real small screwdriver sets.
Yep, I've got here. It is. Here, I got mine right here. Very important for working on working on any sort of models.
I used the these years ago, trying not to lose some bits, but I lost some bits.
And there they go. Without fail. As soon as you said it, they all went.
I had to. If I didn't say that, something else would have fallen.
Yeah, that's true.
That's why I'm really fingers crossed about Gremlins. Since the only one I know of is, because it's a wee bit cold down here, is all the steam engines I have normally smoke fine. This one, however, takes a second.
Yeah,
All the
to
rest-
heat up the oil. Yep.
Let's see. Seems okay. Here, let me turn off the... What was it? That spatial...
Oh, it was like
think I
audio
saw
compression or something. If you do the
Noise suppression.
yeah, that's it. Noise suppression.
No. Okay. Oh, and of course I did that. Can you still see me?
Yeah, I still got you.
Okay. I always, instead of hitting the escape button, I always hit the regular X. And away it goes.
Yep.
But now I'm worried because I had a flathead bit and now I don't know where it is. And it's before I took that out. So I'm hoping
Oh,
it's
jeez.
not in the rails. But we can find that quickly.
Is it no? Is that a guide rail or is that a bit in the switch right in front of you? No, further, closer to me.
Yes. Where?
That switch, but closer to me. The first.
Guide
It's a
rail.
Guide rail. Okay. Yeah.
Yep.
Couldn't tell from the angle I was at.
Right. If we see sparks, I'll figure it out.
Here's hoping. Here's hoping that everything runs well.
Yep. Rail is this one. And yep, no whistle.
Hmm.
Alright. Probably got a bad capacitor on that. I'll look at a different board. Alright, lower that. Put that shell back on. Then we'll start running everything.
Run some trains for the next half hour or so.
And did I forget how this goes on? Yes, I did. There we go.
Goodness. Yes, we are, Sean. Thank you so much for tuning back in. It's probably almost 1 a.m. for you if I'm doing the time conversion right. So thanks for sticking around, man. 810 is I mean, it's such an awesome number. It's so incredible that we've raised so much money in such a short period of time. We did I know Eddie was talking about it when he was on, but we did a similar event last summer to raise some money for my cousin's daughter for her college fund, and we had our same goal of $1,000. It took us till 23 hours and about 30 minutes for us to reach that $1,000 goal. We are not even a third of the way through, and we are 80% of the way to our goal. So, incredible amount of just, I don't know, I can't express the gratitude that I've got for y'all out there in the community who have been assisting us on our journey.
Well, that's great that it's within that time too.
Yeah.
Oh well. Now to make sure I put the wires back in right. Would have tripped on it.
That would be the important part.
It technically would have tripped already, but just in case.
Yeah, there it goes.
Yeah. One of the... I'm putting barely any power to it.
There it goes, just crawling around.
I have two of them. These two of them, to be exact. This New York Central.
The FA.
Yep. And this Boston Albany. I think this one's a Hudson model.
What's the wheel arrangement?
462.
462 would be a Pacific.
But yes, thank you. I think the other one is the Hudson.
464s are Hudsons.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I always flip those two.
The numbers and the names, those I got down. I can do those.
These two will move the second you put any juice to them. They have no trouble just flying. But I'm trying to think the best way to grab this one. This behemoth is the older Boston Albany. You need to put this full tilt to get it to go anywhere. Because it's just
gorgeous.
It's just a massive, massive, heavy thing for its year.
Yeah.
Now what should I put? I'll put something quiet in the middle so we don't make too much noise. Blow out everybody. Let's see. How did I have this set? I need another table. No, you're loud. You're not.
Yes, she does, Sean. She looked gorgeous. Putting the Hogwarts Express on.
Yes.
That's nice.
Might as well. I said it was fantasy.
Yeah, there you go. See, you
I
got
would.
the Deathly Hallows on your arm there.
Yes. Deathly Hallows, Skyrim.
That's Skyrim. That's what my brain was like. I know that's from something. What is it from?
Now, the one that most people, because it's only in the show for one episode, and it's big in all the other IPs for it. For Star Trek, is well, I got the Klingon insignia on my calf, but I have another insignia that is only one episode on this arm, and that's, if I can get the sleeve up,
Ooh.
the Borg.
The Borg. Interesting.
You only see it for a split second on one comm panel in the first episode where they assimilate Picard into being Locutus, and that's like it. They don't show it, but it's all over Star Trek Online and all the other IPs. So
Neat. Yeah, my girlfriend's just getting me into Trek. I've always been a big Star Wars fan, and I've always enjoyed like the concept of Star Trek, but I've just never really gotten a chance to get into it. But she's been taking me into it. We've started just kind of randomly watching a couple episodes of TNG every now and again, and I love it. It's great.
I've been doing a really in-depth, well, by in-depth I mean every second I get, doing my rewatch of The Next Generation, and I'm on to season 5 now, about halfway through season 5.
Nice.
And I know recently for this year Lionel is partnered with they already are partnered with Disney, but now they've actually licensed Star Wars engines.
Yeah, I saw those.
And that made me wonder, but that also meant I had to get the Enterprise D set.
Nice. Yeah, we've been kind of just making our way through TNG bit by bit because we don't neither of us have decided to put up the money. We're both just fresh out of college for the most part, so neither of us have put up the money to pay for Paramount Plus yet.
Yes.
So we're just the what's it called? Pluto TV has like one season at a time on there. So we watched like most of season 5, and now they've got season 3 on there. So we're like picking our way through that, and
we do the service swap. So I got Netflix through T-Mobile, and then I got the Disney Plus and Hulu bundle and HBO Max. So I give that to them so I can have Paramount Plus.
Yep. Yep. There we go. Sean wants to know, is it Trekker or Trekkie?
Oh. It was years ago when someone made the distinction as a joke, and that's the one that stuck with me. I think it was Lewis Black. I want to say it was Lewis Black. Where everyone says, no, everyone calls you a Trekker, but we're really all Trekkies. Or they call us Trekkies, but we're really all Trekkers. I can never remember. I like both. I'm all right with both. I put pecans. I put pecans in my I put pecans in my pecan pie. How about that?
There it is.
So, as I said, I had 2 Hogwarts Express sets. The new one has LED non-flicker lighting. The older one has incandescent.
Yep.
I cannot. They're all numbered the same. So I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna do cars behind it. And you know what? To make it even more, why not put some Connie on there?
There you go. Big Blue. And a Flexi Flow. Nice.
Yeah. I gotta see if the light died or if it just needs the pickups cleaned, because the light didn't go on the last time I ran it. But I was the first one in a long while to run it.
Yeah, I don't know if you were on at the very beginning of our first stream tonight or yesterday night or whatever, however that time difference works. But I beat up a Conrail boxcar real good, but it was patched for Conrail out of Penn Central, so it's okay. There we go. There we go. Oh, let me get a light on it for you. Yes. There it is.
Oh wow. Nice.
Beat up that thing real good. Now I just have to do the rest of the car because I only did the one side.
I have never been good. there's a Daniel Tosh joke, but it's a little off color, so I'm not going to say it. I have wonderful pictures in my head.
Yeah.
Cannot put it to anything.
Here and
Cannot.
here do not connect. Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No. I can type all I want. I can use SCARM all I want to do the modeling, but the second I put it to paper, nope, it suddenly just, I cannot figure it out.
Yep. Sean, sounds good. Thanks for tuning in for as long as you have, man. It's a great pleasure having you in always. You're a great part of the community. Turn in, relax, get some rest. Hopefully we'll see you during the rest of the stream tomorrow during the day.
I'll switch over to it in a second, but because this is all plastic, there we go. I'm gonna start it up with the laptop, make it easy.
There you go. Oh, there we go. All those lights and those cars. Oh, and I love the class lights. It's such an iconic part of Lionel steamers is the green class lights.
See this one, oh, you can't see it just yet, but
I see a light haze of steam coming out of the right one. Yep,
yeah,
very light haze.
it almost immediately just starts up. This will take forever. Even, yeah. With Legacy, you get whistle steam too.
Yeah, yeah.
So, all right, I'm gonna switch over to my phone. Let's see the best way to do that. All right. Do. Go here, go here. Let's see what this does.
Oh.
See.
Hey, there you are.
All right. So now I'm going to figure out how to flip my camera. There's the button. Put it right there while I move the laptop.
It's not rotating for some reason. It's staying as vertical.
Oh, I know why.
Hey, there we go. Do you have your orientation lock on or something?
Always.
Yep.
Let's try that. Not plugged in. There we go. Yeah, now you can really see
Yeah, there we
that
go.
that thing just likes to push out immediately. Whereas I might have overloaded that one. I don't know.
Oh, and it's the one on the right has got the pre-war Pensy tender and with all the fancy gold lining and everything. Ooh.
Yes. This was sold as a full set or standalone. I believe with the Mexico paint themed passenger cars.
Hmm.
So they give you even the firebox glow with little people, each of them.
So much detail you can fit in O-scale, man. So cool.
Oh yeah. So let's see what that does. Okay. Actually, I'm gonna. All right.
The old Transformer.
Oh yeah.
And the classic Lionel stations and everything. Oh.
Let me do. Oh, that one. Grab my other remote.
Oh, there it goes.
All right. Still getting used to how these can work. I'm gonna do that one.
Oh, I love those
Yep,
suicides.
Come on. Can I do that?
You can do it.
Okay.
Oh, there it goes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's gorgeous.
And then
And Hogwarts rest in the middle, holding a freight run.
let me turn up my phone. There we go. Am I? Yep, I am on that. I turned everything down before, but it doesn't stick unless you're in the app.
Ah.
Turn some lights on.
So fun. Ah, there it is.
Oh, lady fell. Oh well.
Uh-oh. Oh man, this shot right here takes me right back to my childhood watching freaking I Love Toy Trains.
Right. And I
Oh,
have
dude.
forgot that. All the buildings, what you're able to see. Got a little dog.
All the
Or
interiors filled
right
in
on
there. Yeah, there we go.
the dog.
Yeah.
And I got little people. I want more of them.
Mm-hmm. Go on
Women
the
with their
porch.
dog, waving at the trains. Postman getting harassed. Having a cookout, watching them go by.
Dog stealing off the grill.
So
That's so great.
Cool.
What an awesome little layout, dude.
hang on, I'm gonna have to stop that one and that one. Turn that one for that one. That one's off. Okay, now I can hear you. Ah, I'll just do this one a little bit. Yeah. Yeah. There he is. Yeah, all the cars, because the New York Central cars are from they're the 90s ones.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the Pennsylvania ones that are behind the Pennsylvania are also 80s or 90s, and they just those thankfully are pretty quiet, but the rest is just
Yeah.
it just gets way too loud.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is a baby Berkshire.
Yeah,
So-
I was gonna say, it looks like a baby Burke to me.
Well, yeah. The with what Lionel does, it's O gauge and anything under Legacy and Vision line. And then once you hit that price point or that tier, then it's actually scale.
Yeah.
So that's why
It's-
the 10-wheeler is bigger than the Berkshire, when in reality, no.
Not
No.
even close.
So
Yeah, they really squish that stuff down to fit around those 027 curves and everything.
Yeah, and that's 027 is a little tight. It would have made it for easier. So I mostly only do 36 for now, so I can fit everything on these tables. But I have a super. If you want, I can get the laptop out again to just show it. I have a super layout for O, where it's mostly 72. It's a big W. There's an overhead and under and like 3 or 4 flat tracks that go through tunnels, and that's my plan. It's just to have all of that. So
yeah, those 072 curves, those things are massive.
Yeah, but Big Boy doesn't hang too far off of it.
Yeah,
and
Big Boy looks pretty good on that, actually, probably.
I did that for I'm the I forget what my TikTok handle is, but I find it's really weird. If it's close calls, it'll get views. If it's regular train stuff, it's all right. It satiates my need to get it right. I like it because 1, now it's in the cloud and I have the videos forever. 2, if other people want to watch it, there you go.
Yeah.
But there we go. So that looks just fine. Come on.
Legacy 10-wheeler around.
There it goes.
Ooh, wow. Yeah, that's pretty tight. Yeah, I can see why you had to move that second bridge back a hair.
Right, I had to move, and I might just do that again, since I didn't see it be that. Oh, I can't move it with this massive thing on it. Yeah, let's fly her out of here. I might as well, since it's coming back around.
Yeah. Nice overhead shot. Oh, love it.
All right, can I just move the bridge now? Here we go.
Hey, there it is.
So,
awesome stuff, man.
Yeah, trials and tribulations. It took a bit to hope that the way that I have my switches laid out would actually work. It took a bit to get all the wiring done. There we go. But that's how these work.
Yep. It's all the process.
Mm-hmm. Process, finding what you need, making sure that it'll fit, and just being able to tinker with it, and that's what I love. That's why I like working on my Mustang or doing like simple stuff myself. If I can tinker with it, then I'm satisfied. And this is like one of the ultimate tinkering hobbies is, well, that doesn't look quite right. You just fix that. Well, this one looks like it might need something. Like the Pennsylvania Berkshire was new in box, but from 2020, new old stock. And it alone was doing absolutely fine. It hauling 2 of the passenger cars, it would just chuck a traction tire.
Oh, jeez.
Every second it could. Only because I kept it for this reason. It was so stretched out from non-use that it was way off.
Yeah, that's
and it's stressed.
Not gonna work so well.
Yeah. The other side's fine. I didn't have to replace that one, so that's why I still have the extra. I might go to the hobby shop tomorrow and say, hey, give me like 6 of these sizes, please.
Yep.
So I got I'll be more active in the Discord and going on to the what is it called? The Tuesday night and the Sunday night meetups. But it's been nuts with just being like, oh crap, it's Tuesday. Oh crap, it's Sunday.
Yep.
And, been a fast year.
That's why we. Oh my gosh, you're no kidding on that one. But that's why we make them weekly. That way, if you miss one, there's always next week. Yeah, there's always next week. So.
Yeah, and I know oh, what is it? I like how everybody posts the shows. It's a great server to be in. I was in another one from another TikTok that has a massive one, and it's nice, but it's not like this where we all know what we're talking about because the scales can. There's something in each scale that works with each scale. You always there's always a common ground when you're trying to figure out what to do, or what era can you search for something. Does this work for you?
Yeah.
So
It's
makes
been
it nice.
an awesome community to be a part of building and everything because I've been in it for almost the entire time it's been alive. It's I joined I think that first day that Eddie posted it up on Reddit, and
Hmm.
he was within a week or so he was like, hey, I'm looking for. He went to some of the people who are posting the most on there. Was like, hey, I'm looking for some people to help me out on the back end with, ideas and stuff like that. And he kind of drew me in through that. And I mean, let me tell you, this is such an awesome. First of all, model railroading in general has such an awesome community, but
Yeah.
the community that we've cultivated in our server is just it's such a unique thing where we have so many people from all over the world doing all the
Yeah.
different scales, narrow gauge,
Hmm.
everything. And we're all just hanging out and chatting and talking about trains. And it's just,
Yeah.
it's so much fun, man. But
Yeah.
I'm just real glad that that we've been going now for a year. So
Yeah. Yeah.
so good. In any case, I think on that note, if you don't mind, I think I might
No.
catch some rest so I can get up in a few
Yeah.
hours and get Bart set up for his
Okay.
stream in the morning. But thanks so much for sharing your layout and stuff, man. It's a great little
Yeah.
layout, and it's a lot of fun. So
Thanks for having me. Yeah. Glad to share.
awesome. So let me get the Be Right Back screen pulled up on the stream, and I'll set up for the overnight.
Cool. Have a
computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Okay, y'all, thanks so much for tuning in. What I'm going to do for overnight is I'm going to go ahead, excuse me, I'm going to pull up some of our videos and the videos from members in our community, and we'll get that going for you all overnight. Bart will be on in about 3 hours, so for anyone hanging out between then, the QR code is still going to be up on screen. The link is still going to be pinned to the chat. It's still going to be down in the description. The event is still going to keep running throughout the night, but we are going to go ahead and leave you, because I need to go get some sleep. But we're going to go ahead and leave you with some videos from our channel and from channels that are part of our community. So thanks so much for tuning in tonight. I will see you will hear from me again at some point during the day tomorrow, whether that's bright and early tomorrow morning in a few hours or a few hours from then. Thanks for tuning in, and enjoy some videos for overnight.
Hello and welcome to the first episode of Model Train People's Profile on the Tokachi-sen. I'm Matt, and the Tokachi-sen is my N-scale layout set in Hokkaido, Japan in the late 1960s. In this series, I'll be covering all aspects of constructing and operating a model railroad, and what is involved specifically with modeling a layout set in post-Second World War Showa Japan. Why Japan? The decision to build a model railroad set in Japan was a choice that evolved over time. I had originally planned to set my model railroad layout in West Virginia. This is because I've always found coal hauling operations in the Appalachian Mountains to be very cool. I've always loved the image of long drags of coal cars with multiple steam engines working up a hard grade to be peak railroading. So, when I started building my layout, I actually started with modeling a fictional West Virginia coal hauler based on the Coal and Coke Railroad. However, as I've become more involved in the social aspects of the hobby, I realized I wanted to build something that I wouldn't experience going to someone else's layout. This is when the idea of modeling Japan started to percolate. I actually lived and worked in Japan for a couple of years in the early 2010s, and had already started a side collection of modern JR group trains, mainly based on trains that I had ridden or seen on a regular basis in the area where I lived. With this and my involvement with some other Japan rail modelers on the Model Train People Discord, I started to look into the idea of modeling Kogatetsu, or the Japanese National Railways operations in rural Japan in 1960s. Japanese National Railways, or JNR as it's usually referred to, provide me a way to combine a few of my different interests in modeling. First, in the late 1960s in Japan, steam locomotives were still in use on many of the secondary main lines and branch lines across the country, especially in regions such as Tohoku, Hokkaido, and Kyushu. Second, Japan is an extremely mountainous country, and rail lines away from the coast often curve and have many tunnels, perfect for model railroading. Third, in the 1960s, there was still a lot of active coal mining going on across Japan, and JNR played a vital role in transporting coal from places like Hokkaido and Kyushu. Fourth, JNR operations were also passenger heavy, which gives me the ability to run a lot of passenger trains, which is another interest of mine. Fifth, and finally, modeling Japan gave me a way to reconnect with a country and a culture that is very dear to me. The setting. So, the Tokachi-sen is a fictionalized version of the Namoro main line located in Tokachi Sub-Prefecture in Hokkaido, Japan. Hence the name Tokachi-sen. Sen means line in Japanese. Hokkaido is one of the 4 main islands of Japan, and is the northernmost of those 4. It's also very rural, with a quarter of Japan's arable land. Economically, Hokkaido is a major producer of agricultural products and also has many fishing ports due to its proximity to the northern Pacific. Tourism also plays a major role in Hokkaido's economy, as the cool summers provides a way for people to escape from the heat and humidity of central and southern Japan, and then in the winter, the mountains allow for skiing and other forms of winter recreation. Throughout most of the 20th century, coal mining was also a major industry. For a model railroad, this provides a wide variety of operational possibilities. In modeling the Tokachi-sen, I'll be able to run limited express sleeper trains filled with tourists coming from Honshu via Hakodate, local passenger trains, merchandise freights of reefers and container cars coming from places like Kuroshio, way freights, and finally coal drags. So this provides a wide variety of things that I can model and run in a prototypical operation. So today I want to talk a bit about the layout plan itself and how I came to the design of the layout. As I worked on and modified this track, the track plan that I'd be working with, I knew I wanted to incorporate certain features. First, I wanted a coal mine. So as I mentioned, coal mining is a core model railroading interest of mine. I've always wanted to model it. So that was going to be an important piece of the layout. Second, I like doing interchange work between branch lines and main lines that allows operational interest in swapping locomotives, assembling and breaking apart trains. Third, I wanted to have locomotive facilities, particularly for steam locomotives. Especially, I wanted to find a way to fit a turntable onto the layout so I can allow engines to be turned easily. And fourth, I knew I wanted to have a multi-track staging yard in order to hold trains during an operating session. The plan itself has its origins in a 2001 model railroader project layout called the Appalachian Central, which was designed by Lionel Strang. It features in a few issues, and you can also get a PDF download from the model railroader for designing this layout as well. It's a great little layout. It's a 5.5 foot by 7 foot L that has that has all of the features I wanted, like a staging yard, a main line that has continuous running, a branch line that goes up a grade to coal mines. And it's one that had always held my interest since I was a teenager. So, because it had all of these core features that I wanted, I knew this is where I wanted to start. Then I made some changes. So to build my layout, I first got to work with larger space. My layout is an 8 foot by 6.5 foot L. And the first thing I was able to do is I was able to fit in an engine facility in one corner of the yard. I was also able to add in a switchback and a reversing loop on the branch line as well. This allows for the engines that work the coal mines to be turned as well. A secondary inspiration for my layout design came from the artwork of Kunihiko Ikeda. Ikeda-san's artwork and tracks plans are very helpful in allowing me to visualize what I want the layout to look like in the long term and in the context of scenery and buildings. He does these amazing illustrations that are similar to those of Ian Rice's, who published a lot in Model Railroader back in the 2000s. And these illustrations of Ikeda-san's are a great way to get a feel for what a model railroad set in Japan might look like. For anyone who's interested in modeling Japanese railroading, I highly recommend checking out his work. As the track plan took shape, I was able to break the layout up into 4 key areas. And we'll do a little tour around the layout. So the first area that I'm constructing is a staging yard. This staging yard is on the back wall, and it has 5 holding tracks and a runaround, and it's where I'll hold mainline trains between and during sessions. This area will basically represent everything that's not on the layout itself, per se, such as Hakodate, Sapporo, Kushiro, and Nemuro. Running counterclockwise or west out of the staging yard, we arrive in the fictional city of Akiyama. Akiyama is a small city set in the western part of Tokachi. Akiyama has a small yard and an engine depot where locomotives can be stored and turned and serviced, along with a station and a couple small industries. As our train proceeds along from Akiyama, we will arrive in Nishitanagawa, where we find a small village with a station and the junction with the Kamichojo branch. If we go to the right from there, we'll find ourselves back in the staging yard. If we go up the branch off to the left, we go up a grade and around a loop to find ourselves in the resort town of Kamichojo Onsen. Kamichojo Onsen has a runaround track, a couple of yard tracks, and a station for resort traffic. In my mind, I envision Kamichojo Onsen being a resort town that you would find in many ski resorts in Japan. It will have a hot spring hotel, and potentially I'll even model a ski area on the mountainside as well. From Kamichojo Onsen, coal train traffic would also proceed on from there by backing out onto the switchback and then having the coal cars pushed up the grade to the Takahashi coal mine. And then the loads will then come down around the reversing loop and get turned around. And then that will turn the engines for the run back down to Akiyama, where they'll then be picked up by a mainline train to be run back into staging. So that's the brief overview of the Tokachi-sen. In future episodes, I plan to talk about different aspects of the layout in more detail, particularly ranging in its construction, the rolling stock I'm going to be using, the operational plan that I'm in the process of creating, and more. If you have any specific questions that you would like answered about this layout or about modeling Japanese trains, please let me know and I'll be happy to answer those questions in a future episode. Thanks so much, and I'll look forward to seeing you next time.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the channel. Can you believe it? It's already the end of 2024. What an amazing year it's been. I've got so much to be grateful for from this past year, and first and foremost, you guys out there watching are a big part of it. This YouTube channel has gone through a period of amazing growth over the last year, starting with a milestone in early 2024, hitting 1,000 subscribers, and just recently, in the past couple of weeks, also eclipsing the 2,000 subscriber mark. So first and foremost, a big thank you to everybody that's watching, everybody that subscribed, and everybody that supported me throughout the past year. Now, on top of the amazing growth the YouTube channel has had over the last year, I've also had the opportunity to make a lot more friends both online and in person through events like the Lakeshores 24 Northeast Regional Convention and through the Op Around the Clock, where I had operators from all over the Northeast here at my layout. The layout itself has now been through 10 total operating sessions this year, and each one has made it better than the last. I really appreciate all of the operators that I've had at the layout for giving me such valuable feedback and allowing me to continue to improve the layout as it stands today. Now, not only have operations improved on this layout, but I've improved as a modeler myself as well over the course of the year. I've learned a lot from those around me, both in person and online, about scenery, about structure building, about just ways to become a better modeler. And I'm also incredibly grateful for those people as well. It's because of those people that things have progressed so wonderfully here on the layout, and we're now ready for the 2024 version of the layout tour. So we'll get into that in just a second. But before we do, I just wanted to make sure to let you all know to stick around until the end of the video. At the end of the video, not only will we be discussing the expectations for the layout in 2025 and for me as a modeler in 2025, but we'll also be giving away this boxcar. I figured what better way to give back to the community that's helped me so much and that I'm so grateful for than by giving away a something for free. So this boxcar is on its way to me right now, and as soon as I have it, and as soon as this video goes live, we'll be giving it away. But you got to stay tuned to the end of the video in order to figure out how to enter. But without further ado, let's hop into this layout tour and head over to Geneva Yard.
So, existing subscribers that have been with me a while, you're going to have to bear with me a little bit today. When I do these layout tour videos, I like to make them as if I'm taking somebody who's never been to the layout in real life around on a tour for the very first time. And when I take somebody on a tour for the very first time, the place that we start is the yard here in Geneva. Geneva is the hub of all of the operations here on the Finger Lakes. We have pretty much every single job, with the exception of one, interacts with Geneva Yard, and all but 3 originate here, hence the large amount of power that we have on the engine tracks. Now, as far as jobs originating here, there is one job that originates eastbound, that is Train GS2, which ends up in Auburn, New York, and then we have multiple that originate westbound as well. You can see down there at the end of the yard we have a turnout and a diverging route that goes off to the left, and one that goes straight to the west wall of the basement. That turnout is considered to be control point CP Gene, and the diverging route that goes out onto the peninsula is the former New York Central Auburn Road, which goes all of the way to Canandaigua, and the straight through route of that turnout is the Norfolk Southern Corning Secondary, which heads south in real life to the town of Gang Mills. Along that back wall, we have a connection point, which is considered to be Himrod Junction. Himrod Junction is where Finger Lakes trackage begins, goes down a steep grade into the yard at Himrod, New York, and then goes north along the peninsula back under the Norfolk Southern Corning Secondary and ends up in the town of Penn Yan. But we'll get to those later as we continue the tour. For now, let's talk a little bit about Geneva Yard. Geneva Yard has gone through a couple of big changes over the course of the past year. Most notably, all of the backdrops here are done. These are actual photos taken in the town of Geneva. And the yard itself has gone through a big transformation as well. You'll recall in September of this year, we made a big video about changing a whole bunch of stuff on this layout prior to the Lake Shores 24 convention. Geneva Yard was part of those changes. I had Woodland Scenic's ballast down in the yard. I was not happy with it. It would not sit properly. It kept floating, kept coming loose when I was cleaning track and getting jammed in all of the switch points. So finally, in early September of this year, I decided it was time to rip out all of that Woodland Scenic's ballast and replace it all with Scenic Express. And I'm really, really happy with how that turned out. I think that the yard looks way, way, way more realistic as it does right now, using a mix of different sizes of Scenic Express ballast and a mix of different colors. Actually, there is a little bit of Arizona rock and mineral mixed in on the main line to help delineate the main line from the yard as well. And I also took a look at the prototype Geneva Yard and started to gain a better understanding of the prototype capacity at Geneva Yard and how my version of Geneva Yard stacked up to it. Now, I run my Finger Lakes Railway trains at about 40% of the car length of the real Finger Lakes Railway trains. I just don't have the space to do much more than that. So it makes sense that the yard here needed to be about 40% of the capacity of the real Geneva yard. But it turned out that unfortunately my capacity was only about 30%, even though I had the exact same footprint, the exact same number of yard tracks as the real Geneva yard. So with that in mind, when I also ripped out the ballast, I decided I was going to add another track here all the way to the left, which is a stub end track, and increase the capacity of Geneva yard here. This gets me to the 40% that I was looking for, which I'm happy about. And it's actually prototypically justifiable. I do have an extra yard track now, but the real Geneva yard does have a stub end track that's accessible from the east end. So I now have that replicated pretty well here. And it also encourages my operators to switch everything when they're on the Geneva yard job from the east end, which is the less busy end of the yard and where I want them normally to be switching from in order to ensure that the west end stays less congested, where there's multiple trains coming in and out every day. Alright, I'd say that's just about enough time spent talking about the yard. Why don't we get out on the road, shall we?
Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
So just east of Geneva Yard, we come directly into a very notable scene on the prototype Finger Lakes Railway, and that is the Cayuga Causeway. It's a very large man-made landform straight across the north point of Cayuga Lake, another one of the Finger Lakes that the Finger Lakes Railway is named for, of course. And you'll see here, my Cayuga Causeway is not done quite yet, but we've got a good portion of things well underway. We've got the backdrop up here. We've got, as you can see, you can tell that, you know, this is a lake crossing. There's cottages there in the background of the backdrop. We've got the Bazzuto Boat Works in the backdrop as well, right behind the causeway. And things look pretty good here, but definitely this is an area in 2025 where I hope to progress a little bit further. I'm getting a little bit tired of just looking at plywood benchwork over here and not a gorgeous lake scene. Now, full disclosure, if I had to say there was anything I feel is a weak point on my model railroad, it is the distance between towns here on the east side of the railroad. Because right after you get out of the Cayuga Causeway, you're immediately right into the town of Auburn. On the prototype, you pass 3 to 4 different towns, I believe it is, between the Geneva Yard East End and Auburn. But for us, it's just this one short scene here, the Cayuga Causeway. So maybe if there's ever a Finger Lakes Railway 2.0 in my future, this will be something that I'll think about. Adding a little bit more mainline run, especially on the east side of the layout for sure. But as we get into the Auburn side of the railroad, there's a lot that's changed here as well. A lot of it is actually very, very recent though. This is an area where I've been focusing a lot of my effort in the last couple of months. So one of the big changes here, and more notable ones, is the addition of the Solvay sweep track, which is this back track here that you'll see. Now, originally my track plan called for extending the benchwork all the way along this eastward wall and into another staging yard, which I was going to use as Solvay staging. I played around with a bunch of different ideas to get that to work, including having the West Rock plant that's in Solvay, which is actually technically the Finger Lakes' largest customer. But unfortunately, it's just not, it doesn't feel right. I don't want to go over top of my workbench. I don't want to relocate my workbench. And ultimately, I'm just going to start running out of space to store things down here if I go any further, unfortunately. So ultimately the decision has been made to nix the line all the way to Solvay and instead model it kind of in the old school way that Finger Lakes used to run things to and from Solvay. Before the invention of GS2, the Finger Lakes used to run two separate jobs that met in Auburn and swapped cars there, and those are called sweep jobs normally. So, thus, the Solvay sweep track has been born. What was once going to be the main to Solvay is now a sweep track where I can model traffic that's coming from further east on the actual prototype and onto my layout for interchange with Norfolk Southern or to go directly to customers as well. In addition to the sweep track here in Auburn, we also have two separate industries and a yard. The first industry we have here is at Auburn Metal Processing. This is just a scrap recycler in Auburn. They actually, from what I've seen, actually recycle freight cars here. They'll tear those down and send them out in scrap gons. And then you also have Auburn Yard here as well. Auburn Yard is a useful destination on the layout because it allows me to model a lot of the traffic that goes in and out of Auburn without actually modeling the industries. The two bays that are sitting here are actually for Owens, Illinois, a customer that gets two bays full of silicate, I believe, for glass manufacturing. And then if you turn a little bit further to the right here, you'll also see the main customer in Auburn, which is Nucor Steel. This is a manufacturer of rebar of different sizes, and I've modeled it as a foreground industry here, even though technically if you watch the last layout update, it's in the backdrop scene behind this very iconic brick building that's in the backdrop. Nucor really is a very interesting facility to model, and I'm hoping to be able to do a lot with just that little amount of space that I have over here. Thankfully, rebar doesn't really take up a lot of space, and either do gantry cranes, and that's a lot of what's going on in that little spur. But one of the things I've had fun doing for Nucor was creating prototype rolling stock for the facility. These are some custom-made gondolas. I have, I think, 5 or 6 of these now. This is actually my very first attempt at custom replicating detailed graffiti, and I'm pretty happy with how it turned out. But these are pretty special cars. These had, these ribbing actually all the way down to the ends here, and I had to file those down. And then the bulkheads that are on either end are actually 3D printed parts from Shapeways, which I installed and had to kind of match the paint as best I could. The decals that are on these are a custom-made decal from my buddy Jim via Highball Graphics, and then I've also modeled some prototype loads as well using tag wire, which is a wire that comes in like 3-foot increments, and it's all straight, so you don't have to worry about doing anything to straighten it out, and just a little bit of basswood for the spacers between each level of rebar. But these were a really fun project to work on throughout this past year, and I'm glad that they're done because it really helps to bring some realism into an industry that's not quite done yet, so you know what's going on despite that fact.
Rain, make it, rain girl, make it.
Apartment 2B?
2B! She's definitely using that Grubhub deal from Amazon.
Oh, yeah.
Amazon Prime member? You can get $0 delivery fees on Grubhub. Eligible orders only. Terms and additional fees apply.
One wash, it smells so clean. Downy, rinse, and refresh, it's a dream.
All right, so moving on to where the action really happens on this railroad, the west end of the yard. Like I said, there is a lot of traffic that comes in and out this side. That's why I like to have the Geneva yard job drill from the other side of the yard, and really it's just the GS2 job that comes out in and out that way for road trains. But as you can see, we're back here at CPG, and let's take a look at the peninsula itself. Again, this is the Auburn Road, and it's the west end of the Auburn Road that terminates in Canandaigua, New York. But the first thing that we get to here is something that I like to call the Geneva Industrial Complex. There's a series of 3 different customers here. All of them actually exist in the prototype, and all of them take a different commodity. So it's a pretty interesting little switch job for the second yard job out of Geneva, and we'll dive into the customers here next. So the first customer that you come to here in the Geneva Industrial Complex is the OBE Team Track. The big commodity that comes in and out of the Team Track is center beams full of lumber. In the era that I model, that is actually what came in and out of this track a lot. In more recent times, this has kind of been converted to be more of a potable water team track where they load and unload water. As we move further to the right, you'll see another stub end track here that comes in from a diamond and off of the industrial siding. This is Seneca Foods. Seneca Foods on the prototype is a big warehouse where they do a ton of packaging, so they get a lot of packaging material in by rail in various different boxcars, but most notably the boxcars that come in here are Wisconsin Central, Wisconsin Southern, and this HS reporting mark I've seen a few times as well. Interestingly, I have also seen in real life the Sargento cheese car, which is a WSOR car, and the breast cancer awareness car come in and out of here. So, of course, naturally, I do have them modeled in my pool for Seneca Foods as well. But this is an interesting industry. I'll try to throw up some prototype photos of it that I took this fall. It's got this big lean-to out front where all of the cars sit inside it. And sometimes this siding can be absolutely chocked full of cars when things are busy at Seneca Foods. But for me, it'll be kind of a 4-car at a time sort of industry. A couple of respots here and there in my op scheme. And this is definitely one place where that makes a little bit of sense to do. It'll be interesting to try to model that little lean-to. I think what I'm going to try to do is make it like 3 cars long so that there's still an accessible area of reach for the engineer / conductor on this Geneva yard job to connect to the front boxcar without having to look inside the industry or anything like that. But should be an interesting scene once it's modeled nonetheless. And as we move to the right once more to the final industry on the Geneva Industrial Complex siding, this is the Andersons. The Andersons is a grain loadout that in real life is absolutely massive at this point. The Andersons, after my modeling era, was actually bought out by DeLong, which is another industry that I have modeled elsewhere on the Auburn Road. But this particular industry in modern times in Geneva has a bunch of absolutely massive grain bins that are shockingly large for central New York. You wouldn't expect that big of a facility to be located here. It kind of feels more like it's in the Midwest than it is the Finger Lakes region for sure. So you might also remember that in early September we ripped out a bunch of track here on the Geneva Industrial Complex side of the peninsula, and that was to make sure that we got the op scheme working the exact way that we wanted it to, and to improve the reliability of the track work itself. I won't get into too much detail on that because I've talked about it now in 2 different videos. The 5 tips for reliable operations video, or 5 things I've learned video, and the video where I tore out the track itself. But ultimately, now this orientation of track has been through 3 different op sessions, and I'm really happy with how it's turned out so far. It's been far, far, far more reliable than the other orientation was. The op scheme has benefited from it. No longer do we have to worry about GC2 and GY2 having any sort of issues or anything like that at all. Everything just runs smoothly, and I don't have to stress about it. But as we take the turn out here onto the rest of the peninsula, we come to the area known as Phelps Junction. Phelps Junction is a single siding, which is actually a more northern portion of the Pennsylvania Railroad line that also runs through Penn Yan. Between the two areas, it's been ripped out, and the little short section here at Phelps Junction is served off the former New York Central right-of-way, of course. But there's actually two different customers on the siding itself. The first one is Shepherd Grain, which will be a nice little surge bin with a loadout chute for both trucks and rail. And the second industry is going to be Phelps Supply, which is a fertilizer dealer towards the back of that siding. The prototype siding at Phelps Supply actually has a runaround, but unfortunately, just due to the space constraints, we just don't have the space to do that on this layout. So this will be a trailing point served industry on the return trip from Canandaigua.
TaxAct doesn't care which tax filing software you've used in the past. Let's get them over with.
So as we continue our trek further west here on the Auburn Road, we now get to the town of Clifton Springs. Now, Clifton Springs is an interesting area for my layout in particular because it actually provides me with the largest amount of depth that I'll ever have in a scene on this layout. At its widest point here from the front to the backdrop is actually 4 feet, which means that I'm going to have some fun to really play around with a really nice little small town scene here. I plan on modeling a lot of the buildings around DeLong, Clifton Springs, which is a grain supplier, again, as I've mentioned previously. I'm going to have the chance to model a lot of the buildings in town and around the industry itself in some pretty accurate scale, which should be pretty interesting. I'm excited for that prospect. There's a couple of really interesting buildings right near the tracks, including the New York Central Station, which is now a library, and the Freight House as well, which is very well preserved by, I believe, a historical society. And there's a building there called Finger Lakes Ambulance, which is right next to the tracks. It's a pretty interesting structure, and the kits that Joey from Late Night Hobbies makes actually are pretty close to what I would need in order to build that building. So it should be pretty interesting to kind of have like a first responder emergency vehicle EMS sort of scene right in the foreground there. Should be interesting. There's a very large radio tower on that building, which should be fun to model. It'll be cool to have some ambulances and police cars and stuff, you know, kind of stationed there as well. So as we round the bend out of Clifton Springs, we begin to come into the town of Canandaigua. The Canandaigua side of the layout will span this entire backside of the peninsula. I decided to dedicate a lot of space to Canandaigua itself. It's a really neat town, and you know, there's a lot to model. And most notably, where the train is traversing right now will end up being a pretty cool scene where the Finger Lakes tracks actually go right through the parking lot of the city court building. The church there that I have out front is just a stand-in for now. It's actually not that far off from the building that's there. The building that's there is a brick building with that sort of steeple design. Just needs to get rid of the point, as the steeple on the courthouse building is actually just a rounded one. And it's a different color as well, of course, but that's okay. We'll get that painted eventually. As we move past the courthouse, though, you'll see that we start a very long runaround siding, and that's just because we needed a lot of space to be able to run around the amount of cars that are coming out of Pactiv, which is the biggest industry on my layout in terms of carloads. But funny enough, it's actually the one that takes up the least amount of space. And if I had a second regret for the layout, that's probably it, but it's okay. Pactiv is a plastic pellet facility. They do a bunch of injection molding at Pactiv, and I took my drone out this past fall and took it out over Pactive and realized, holy cow, I am just not doing this facility justice. There is tracks just about everywhere in there. There are so many different unloading spots, spots that spot different types of plastic pellets in there. And this little area here with just 3 yard tracks operationally is a lot of fun, but it really does not match the prototype at all. The idea behind what I'm doing here is because this is a customer with such heavy volume, I've got an unloading track here and I've got 2 overflow tracks. So typically an operator, when they come in here, will be bringing in 2 fresh cars and moving 2 cars off of the overflow tracks onto the unloading track and taking the 2 empties off the unloading track back with them. And just to the east of Pactive, we come to the other industry that's in Canandaigua, and that is Canandaigua Wine. Canandaigua Wine is what it sounds like. It's a distributor of wine products, and they get corn syrup in by rail to be used in the packaging, preserving process in some way, shape, or form. But it's a pretty interesting sighting nonetheless. Same thing as Pactive. When I took the drone out over Canandaigua Wine, I was really shocked to see how complex the facility really is. The sighting itself is relatively accurate. It's just a single sighting. It is double-ended in real life so that they can work it depending on if they're going to Pactive or returning from Pactive, and don't have to worry about doing it specifically at one time on the prototype. But you know, there's only so much that we can do space-wise on the HO scale version. So it's a stub end track that's a trailing point for the return kick. All right, so that's about it as far as the Canandaigua Peninsula is concerned. Let's now head out on the other side of the CPG and switch and out onto the Corning secondary. Now, remember how I said I really wished I had more space for a mainline run on the Auburn side of the layout? Well, I did manage to make sure that I had a really good space dedicated to a mainline run on the Corning secondary side of the layout. And boy, am I ever happy that I do, because in my opinion, the Seneca Lake scene here on the Corning secondary has genuinely turned into the crown jewel of this layout as far as scenes are concerned. You'll recall earlier this year, I worked pretty hard on getting this scene put together. Again, this is Seneca Lake that's in the foreground, and then we've got the embankment running up to the Corning secondary, and where the train is now, it's just gone over the Himrod Junction switch and is now going to traverse the overpass and head into Gang Mills Yard. On the diverging route of that line, it actually goes downhill and into Himrod Yard underneath the overpass. That's which we call Himrod Junction, as I mentioned earlier in the video. I'd be remiss if I didn't spend just a little bit of time here just enjoying the scenery in this video. It did take me quite a while to get the photo backdrops, the hillside, and all of this detailed scenery in. It took me a couple of different tries to get the ballast to look the way it does on this steep embankment, along with all of the different vegetation as well. But overall, I'm ecstatic with how it turned out. The lake itself, which is the boomer method, looks really, really good, despite me messing it up twice, I believe, before I finally got it right. So yeah, third time's the charm. So as we swing around here to the Himrod side of the layout, you can see we've got a lot to talk about over here as well. This is another area where I am super happy with how the backdrops turned out. You really get a flair for what the Himrod side of things looks like in real life with the salt mines and the Mennonite farm in the background. And after reworking a bunch of the ballast here and starting in on scenery, you're really starting to get a feel for what it's like in the real Himrod. But that's not the only thing that's interesting here in Himrod. We also have a big milestone project here in the form of a locomotive. This is Finger Lakes Locomotive 2201, which I introduced to you all in an earlier layout update this year. But it is the very first custom painted locomotive that I've ever completed, which is a very big milestone, not just for the layout roster, but also for me as a modeler as I grow and as I learn and as I hope that I'm inspiring other people to push the limits of what they're willing and capable of doing as model railroaders as well. So as we've now rounded the bend here and ended up in Gang Mill's yard, you'll see there's not a lot that's changed here since the last project update, other than these beautiful backdrops, which I just recently completed and detailed in one of my more recent layout update videos. We've got a little bit of hill work going on down at the end of this peninsula, and we'll get some trees on that eventually as soon as I've got time. I've got all of the base scenery down in order to do that. It's just a matter of now having the time to go back and build all those trees to fill in that hillside, and then what a wonderful view break that'll make for trains coming in and out of Gang Mill's yard for sure. So we now find ourselves back where it all started, in the beautiful town of Penn Yan, New York. This is the northbound run out of Himrod Yard, and it's a scene that looks pretty significantly different than it did just a year ago, and that's because in the month of January I spent about 80 total hours working on this vineyard scene here in the foreground. There's about 150 total scratch-built vines in this little area of the vineyard, and boy, am I happy with how these turned out. Had the opportunity to even do a clinic at the Lakeshores 24 convention on how I did them, which I thoroughly enjoyed as well, and hopefully it's encouraged a lot more people to start creating vineyards.
Whether you're tinkering in your garage or tackling big projects, if you know the value of working with your hands, you know Harbor Freight. And you can be confident knowing that at Harbor Freight, you can get quality tools at prices that work just as hard as you do. Because the only thing more satisfying than a job well done is a job well done, well under budget. Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
As we pass the vineyard and now get into downtown Penn Yan proper, we see the last few industries on the layout. There's 3 of them here in Penn Yan. The first one is Lakeview Organics, which is this elevator here in the foreground. Unfortunately, in sad news for 2024, this prototype industry actually closed down. The family that ran it retired, so at least it's a happy ending. You know, they retired, they went out on their own terms, and they just no longer needed to run the business in order to, you know, provide for themselves. So the industry is now officially shuttered. Eventually, I do plan to replace this Walther's elevator with a more prototypical structure that's more reminiscent of the one that's in place there. But for now, it does the job. It's a pretty interesting industry because even though the industry is right here on the main line, they actually unload on the siding here where that Illinois Central golf car is, and kind of just do what they need to across the main line, since, you know, it's not really the busiest one in the world, that's for sure. They only go up to Penn Yan about once a week on the prototype. Behind Lakeview Organics is Burkett Mills. Burkett Mills is a little bit busier of a customer for the Finger Lakes. They ship and receive buckwheat out of this facility, and they get a lot of various 4650, 4750 covered hoppers in and out of there in order to get that job done. So as we officially get to the northernmost terminus of this railroad, you'll see our final customer on the layout tour, which is Silgan Plastics. Silgan Plastics is a pretty interesting location in real life. The actual industry siding is probably, I don't know, I would probably estimate it's a good half-mile back in the woods from the actual prototype building where their manufacturing facility is. Silgan Plastics, of course, is another injection molding facility, and they have this unloading track, again, way back in the woods, and have this really long vacuum line that runs from a little shack down here at the unloading area, back through the woods, up a hill, and then into the big, large building that's I've got modeled in the backdrop. You can actually even see the vacuum line running in the backdrop itself as well, and then goes up into these two tanks in the background to store the plastic pellets that they need in order to get things done at the facility there. But it's a really interesting location to model because really the only thing that's happening on the layout itself is a little bit of fall protection and the vacuum lines, and the whole industry itself is actually in the backdrop, which is pretty cool. It just goes to show that with a limited amount of space, you can still really portray a decent amount of realism for an industry like this.
So here ends the layout tour. I'm so glad that you guys stuck around and took a full walk around the layout with me. I hope that you enjoyed it. For those of you that are existing, or should I say, long-time viewers of the channel, I hope that it was really neat to see the amount of progress that's gone on in the last year. If you go back and look at the 2023 layout tour, this layout looks completely different now compared to what it did. And it's so nice to just take a little bit of time to think about how much we've done in just one short year here on the Finger Lakes Railway layout. And again, it just makes me thankful for all of you out there watching, for all of you out there helping to make me a better model railroader. I can't thank you all enough. As far as what's to come in the future in 2025, well, a little bit of that is still up in the air. We'll see what happens with this layout in 2025. For the first 6 months of the year, I really need to be focused on the Fremo layout itself. We have a hard deadline for that Fremo layout of July next year. We were, as a club, as the Genesee Society of Model Engineers, asked to set up a display at the Genesee County Fair in July. So I really, really need to make sure that I'm focused on getting those modules as far along as possible in the next 6 months, which might mean that we're sacrificing just a little bit of time spent on this layout. I still hope to be operating it somewhat regularly, and nothing's really going to change, but for the time being, we are genuinely starting over on that Fremo layout, and really need to spend some time focusing on that. So I hope that the Fremo side of things is something that's interesting to all of you viewers out there, because it is something we're going to spend a lot of time on. Now, as far as the giveaway is concerned, it's really simple. All that you need to do in order to enter the giveaway is make sure that you're subscribed to the channel first and foremost. I know a lot of you probably already are, so no problem there. If you're new to the channel but still want to enter the giveaway, that's totally fine as well. Just make sure that you hit that subscribe button so that you are qualified in that regard. And then the second thing, just leave a comment down below. Let me know what you think about this layout tour video. Let me know if you have any suggestions as to what can be done better, or just let me know your favorite locomotive, anything like that. Any comment will count towards this giveaway. As soon as this video's been out for 2 weeks, I'm going to go back down to that comment section, assign numbers to each of the comments from oldest to newest, and go to a random number generator, have it select a number, and whoever's comment is correlated with the number that's selected will be the winner of the boxcar. I'll reply to your comment at that point and try to get in touch with you in order to get the boxcar shipped to you free of charge for anybody that's in the domestic United States, possibly even Canada. If you are international, I may need to ask you to help with the shipping costs if it's going to be too costly. I will pick up the shipping cost if it's reasonable, but if it's going to be an exorbitant amount, we might need to have some discussions, but I'm still willing to get the car shipped to you. That's no problem at all. So again, thank you guys all so much for watching. I really appreciate every single one of you. I hope that you enjoyed today's layout tour, and I hope that you'll stick around for future videos as well. We've got a lot of exciting things coming with that Fremo layout. That'll be all documented on this channel without a doubt. And then once we're through with that, we can start to focus again on the Finger Lakes Railway layout here and push forward with more progress there. So stick around, and we'll see you in the next one. Take care, everybody.
Hey guys, N-Scale Train Boy here, and I'm back today with a little bit of a layout update, plus a little bit more. So first off, let's start off with the layout update. The biggest thing that's changed in the last couple months, because I really haven't been working too much on the layout itself, is the unloading shed here for the cement plant has been painted, weathered, and has come out very nicely. I just want to add these Just Plug gooseneck lamps on either side, and that building will be basically done. But most of my time that I've been working on model railroading has been either devoted to getting decoders in new locomotives. I have a decoder in this RS1 BNCCS number 300, as well as in a New Haven C425 from Lifelike. So both those are now decoder equipped and ready to run, although I am going to install a Keep Alive in the RS1 so it actually runs well, because it's a little bit stuttery. But the biggest thing that I've been doing is planning. So I'm not super satisfied with how the track here is. I think I've said that in previous videos. This is just, you know, in my mind when I was building this, it was just a warehouse, and the cars went into them and got unloaded through magic. But now that I understand things and understand the spatial requirements that things need, I'm not satisfied with how this all is laid out. So what I will be doing is tearing up some track and reworking how this whole industry works, or how this whole area up here works. No longer will this be the Cannon Company and the loading docks. This will now become a propane dealer with only a single track and a pair of team tracks with a wooden loading dock running down between them. And in order to do this, I'm going to rip up 1, 2, 3 tracks, so I can widen the gap here and get this down to 1 track. So this is going to be a little bit of a challenge. I've never tried taking track back up before, so I'm a little nervous. But we're gonna get into it during this video here, and I'll take you through the process, and hopefully it all goes well, and the layout turns out all the better for it. But we're gonna get this started tonight and see what we do. But the first step is we're gonna need to get rid of these cars here. So I'm gonna run an extra train to come clear out the cars from these 2 industries. So let's get some video of that as I do it. Okay, so now that the tracks are clear, the first thing that we're going to do here is we are going to pick the track up off of the cork, and it is glued down. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my X-Acto here, and I'm just going to run it under the ties here to pick it all off of the cork. So I'm going to go ahead and just work down the length of the track here. Just trying to keep it a nice clean cut down the length here. So I'm going to go ahead and run down the length here, and I'll be right back. Let's set up a time lapse here and get this done. Alright, well, the track is up. There's no going back now. As you can see, we've gone ahead and torn up all the track and started to rip up some of the cork. I'm going to finish that up off camera just because I don't really need to see that. It's just going to be more of the same as tearing up the track. You know, just running my X-Acto under it to get it up off the foam. I might do a little bit of an outline around it with the X-Acto just in case some of the foam pulls up. I can just have a nice clean line around it, that way I don't tear up the whole board on accident. I also, if you noticed, about halfway through the time lapses there, soldering iron appeared, and that's because I forgot I had soldered in some feeders to the track here. So I got those down, those are out. There they are. I went ahead and popped those back under the layout, and I will reinstall some onto this track, and I might see if I can stretch the feeders from the other track to this track. I think I should be able to, but we'll see, and that'll get these two tracks powered with a feeder. But yeah, that's where we're at. So I'm going to pull up this cork, and I'll be back when we're prepped and ready to start laying some new cork and some new track. So I will return once that's done. Okay, so we're back here now. It's Now, the third day I've been working on this, I've been doing this over the course of a couple of days here, just so I don't, you know, I can take my time and get it right. I've got to file that down, it looks like. But I've got this cork glued down for the new propane industry. And I've got the cork and the track glued down here for the second track of the loading docks, the team track that I'm going to be setting up here. So what I did for setting the track distance is I made a little jig using this toothpick. I cut notches where I wanted, how far I wanted the rails to be apart, so that way I could slide it along the rails in the notches, and as long as it stays in like that from this point on, these two tracks should be parallel as far as I know, because I don't have any real tool that I could use to do that. Oh, and there it goes, popping off. That proves that it was in grooves and not just sitting on there because it was under tension and then it slid off. But yeah, so these two tracks from here over ought to be parallel, so I can trim off all of this cork here, trim off a little bit of cork here, and then I should be able to set up a nice, 10-foot-ish roughly loading dock running down between the tracks. So I'm gonna get to work on this upper track here, getting that glued down, making sure it's all level. Might need to do a little bit of removing of some of the cork and refixing it and stuff like that, but we're making good progress. And there we have it. We now have the track all 100% laid. You can see all the track pins are out. So now all that's left to do really is trim away this cork, which I'll do eventually. But I want to run some test jobs here, make sure it works well. But we got the track laid for the propane industry, gas dealer. We've got the switch stand for the switch into the team track, and the team track set up properly that I can run a loading dock right down the middle. So this layout is in a very good shape now. So I'm gonna run some test jobs, but that's it for this update on the layout. So thanks for checking in, and stay tuned for more on the layout and more from elsewhere as well. Thanks for watching, hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you in the next one.
This message is brought to you by Apple Card. Apple Card is everything a credit card should be. It's easy to manage, built to be secure, and gives users up to 3% daily cash back on every purchase. The best part about Apple Card is applying is quick and easy. Apply in the Wallet app on iPhone and see your credit limit offer in minutes, subject to credit approval. Apple Card by Goldman Sachs Bank USA, Salt Lake City branch, member FDIC. Terms and more at applecard.com.
coming? forget, guys, you're in the roadway.
I'm Philomena, founder of Kin Apparel. I love my natural hair, but not what hoodies and hats were doing to it. So I made my own satin-lined hoodies and created a business in the process. I've got big dreams, and Chase for Business in Philly was like, all right, how do we get you there?
Get financial guidance from bankers in your community and convenient digital tools all in one place. Learn more at chaseforbusiness.com. Make more of what's yours. Real customers compensated. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Hello, internet friends. How's it going? Eddie here from Model Train People, and I just wanted to show you guys the start of what's eventually going to be my basement layout that will be called the Guyan Secondary. So this is just a quick overview of the space that I'm working with. All right, so working against the clock here, it's 8:30, so that means the baby's going to wake up any minute, so let's see what I can knock out with this. So this is the space that I'm working with. Probably about, we'll call it a 14 by 10 area to set stuff up. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to take over this corner here, and this is going to become the Guyan Secondary. It's going to be in T-track, so in scale. You can see some of the modules that are already kind of set up here. It'll be about 17 modules in total. I think that was the last time I did the math. And I'll post the track plan at the end of this video, so you guys can kind of see what exactly I'm planning on doing and how the operation should look. But kind of bottom line is it's going to be set up on foldable tables, 8-foot tables going up against this wall here, and then 2 6-foot tables are going to go over here. So far leg will be 8 feet, and then this long leg here is going to be about 12 and a half, 13 feet long. And it's going to allow me to model both cooperations as well as local industry support in and around Huntington, Barbersville, and Logan, West Virginia. So, set the modern era. It's going to be CSX focused with a little bit of some C&O and chassis flavor to it, depending on some of the models I get added to my collection. And it's going to be a homage to the area that my family is originally from in southern West Virginia. So I think it's probably going to take me about 12 to 18 months to get it completed. My goal is to have as much of the modules finished with regards to being actually built and with track on them and able to run trains here by the end of March, beginning of April timeframe. So we'll see how it goes with that. But yeah, this is the space that will, I guess you guys are going to get really familiar with as I provide you guys updates with how this is going. I was originally thinking about doing like a U shape and putting it kind of taking over the entirety of the basement down here, or at least this little open area. And then I was also playing with the idea of like doing an H with like a triple or a quad coming off of whatever that layout was for like a staging yard right here in front of these racks. But look, I love the idea of having like the basement empire, right? I think everybody does, but space is a premium. We just completely gutted this basement this weekend, actually this last week, and threw a ton of stuff away. So this is the cleanest it has looked since we have lived in this house since May of 2023. So we're trying to keep that going, and really what that means is I'm just going to take up this corner. It's going to get my train fix out of the way, and this will become a multi-purpose kind of hobby space. Painting, you can see the music stuff there. So my wife is into a couple different things, and then just kind of like a community space for our son, us to come down here and, you know, utilize it. So anyway, this is where this is going to live. So one quick thing, just because I'm proud of it, and I'm kind of, you know, your proud dad, proud, you know, homeowner moment. When we bought this house, this had previously been used as a home gym, and like the dude had a really nice setup down here with a couple, like a squat rack. This was a wall of mirrors and like a TV and stuff, a bunch of different equipment. And then he was deadlifting right here, and you can kind of see where barbell was, weights on either side of that. And these 4 little spots here, 1, 2, 3, 4, were open pits of rocks, and they've been that way for about 18 months. So yesterday, finally said, F it, came down here and filled them. Quickcrete's down. I think it's mostly done curing now. But, yeah, so it's not a open construction zone down here anymore, meaning that this room is going to get a lot more use out of it for us. And then really just because I don't know, like, look, man, I'm Bush League when it comes to this stuff. So it's 50-50 how long it holds out. But we'll put some rugs down here, you know, really tie the room together and just make it a more usable and livable space for everybody. So. Okay, so here we are in Google Earth. This is just to show you guys kind of where exactly this layout exists in case you aren't familiar with the Mid-Atlantic or the Ohio River Valley, Ohio River Basin, whatever. So West Virginia, Kentucky, Ohio. Right in the confluence here is Huntington, West Virginia. In this area, this is known as the tri-state area. Not this tri-state area or this tri-state area. This tri-state area. And in particular, the Guyandotte secondary follows a confluence of the Guyandotte River, which is this little river here that empties into the Ohio River up here, just east of Huntington, and is basically set in an alternate timeline where around Beach Fork Lake, which is immediately south of Huntington, a bituminous coal seam was discovered in the late 50s, early 60s, and this track became an industrial spur that supported that mine, and then into what is now the present day, an industrial park that comes out of the Barbersville area. So very focused on local operations, as well as coal ops off of the Kanawha sub here, which goes into downtown Huntington and then kind of follows this confluence of I-64. And then if I can scroll down here and try to find it, you can see here, this is the Logan subdivision that kind of goes down into the coal fields here in Logan County. The original plan with this was to model industries in and around Logan. This area is where my family is originally from, about 2 or 3 generations ago, and we still have some family, like 1 or 2 people that are living in Logan. But since a lot of the mines have closed down, and since Logan has kind of taken a turn for the worst, people have left, are either sitting up in Huntington, a couple in Charleston, St. Albans, and then in and around Michigan and Ohio. But doing research for this area, it's literally nothing but coal. You can only do so much for me, right? Like, your mileage may vary with that, but I wanted to focus more on some of the other industries that do exist within the tri-state area. So on the layout, and I'll show you guys this here immediately when I'm done with that. If you look over here in this is the Big Sandy River, which is the border between Kentucky and West Virginia. There's a major it kind of popped up cool. This is Marathon's Big Sandy River refinery. Although I don't want to do the refinery, just because I feel like having both coal and a refinery operation would probably be a little bit of overkill on the space that I'm working with. This is going to allow me kind of an entry to automotive oil distribution based off of things coming off of this refinery. Additionally, another industry that I'm going to do, which, if I remember correctly, yeah, right here. Okay, this is a distribution center here that it's like an industrial toll or a plastic toll, and basically what comes in here is covered hopper cars full of like plastic pellets, and this is then turned into additional plastic products that are then shipped out of this area here, out of this building. Yeah, those are probably the two that will come out of this that aren't coal, and then a scrap yard and a logistics center, because why not? What major Rust Belt city is complete without those? So anyway, this is the area. Just kind of some gee whiz. Huntington is named after the founder of Chesapeake and Ohio, and then this little you can see the Guyandotte Elementary School. This little town here, little neighborhood of Huntington, is known as Guyandotte, and it's the original French settlement in the area, dating back, I think, to the 18th century, if I remember correctly. Doing that research, maybe a little earlier in the I want to say 1640s, I think, is the earliest that they had some sort of settlement or camp here. Again, a lot of fur trading and things in this area, as the French were kind of getting a feel for for the their territorial holdings in the New World, and this was part of that. Anyway, this is the for context, the geographical location of where the layout exists in the real world. And so now here, this is the layout. This is SCARM, if you guys aren't familiar with it. Layout building software. AnyRail is the other one, and I think AnyRail is a little nicer. But I know this. I need to take some time and actually learn AnyRail. But for right now, this serves my purposes. All these hashes right here represent the boundaries of individual modules. So you have this interchange here. This is a single, double, triple, double, triple, and so on throughout this layout. But kind of the big things here: the primary yard. This is the Guy and Dot industrial park here, and this is the track that supports the loading operations for the Mendez mining company. In total, local yard job here, with the option of either using that yard job to service these industries or have another locomotive just go with whatever that yard job does and service these four here, and then another one that empties on this track, and then you just come in and do coal operations. My big things that I wanted out of this layout, first and foremost, I really like continuous running. I like the idea of having a layout and seeing kind of trains, going through the scenery, going past each other. Switching here, basically once I get bored with that, allows me to have some fun with a switching puzzle here between the empties for the unit trains going down to the Mendez Mining Company, and then the just mainline train comes in here. This functions as staging for the layout. It comes in here, comes back around, dumps off what it needs, and then the yard job does its classification, and then the local comes and then takes it to these industries. What I'm thinking is scrapyard, the automotive oil here, tank cars come in on this track, and then this will actually be inside the building, and they come in here, they get emptied and put into, if you need your 5W30, and then go pick it up at Advanced Auto Parts. This is where this is coming from here. This is actually based off of an idea that was posted by DJ's Trains, I want to say, 2 months ago. And I really want to model that because I like having the idea of some sort of petroleum-based industry in this layout, just because it's such a big part of commercial makeup of Huntington. But I don't want to do that massive refining operation, and this allows my brain to be able to accept this as part of the layout. The industrial toll here, or the plastic toll, and then this will be Amazon logistics, whatever, between these two. So also fun one here, just because every Kato based layout isn't complete without the double crossover. This also allows for some point-to-point operations from whatever is working. These local deliveries here can come back instead of coming completely up to re-enter the yard. Just come back down here, and gives me the option of, all right, hey, I'm done working all these industries. Cool. Now I can just switch back over, get the empties, and go back into the yard, which will be really cool.
All right. Hey, y'all. Good morning. It is the 5th of January. It's about 6 o'clock. Baby's not sleeping well, so that means I'm not sleeping well, so I'm up. But right before I go upstairs and put this video together for you guys, here, I just want to show you kind of what this now looks like with the table set up. So 8-foot table right there, 2 6-foot tables here, and here's the general kind of shape of how this is going to go with regards to where the modules are going and where everything is going to be set up. So this end cap will eventually go away, but just it's here for the sake of showing how far out it's going to go. At this extreme, but yeah, you can kind of see where it lines up to where things are identified on the previous track plan. And then this side over here, where the coal mine is going to go, is the most put together, relatively speaking. space there for where I'll put the single, and then the inside corner will go here. This will be interesting. I'm curious to see kind of how big and what the dimensions look like once this gets put into place. Just kind of see from a reaching perspective, but nothing that requires switching or kind of that full, like, hey, if I need to access it, I'm not really going to put anything over in this corner just because of the challenge of trying to get around everything. But yeah. All right, so that's the layout in the space. I hope you guys enjoyed this, we'll call it icebreaker to what hopefully is going to be at least an entertaining time as this thing builds out. If you have any comments or questions, dump them in the comment section or shoot me an email, or any of us an email at modeltrainpeople@gmail.com. And can't wait to see you in the next one. Hey guys, what's going on? Eddie here from Model Train People, and I am here to show you the update for my layout for February. Be honest with you, not much has happened, as I hopefully prepped everybody for, and what I want to say was either the previous episode of this or one of the podcasts, but I think you can probably split time, money, and effort into a triangle for what comes in this hobby, and time has definitely been the lacking corner of that triangle for me this last month. Cool, so here is the layout as it currently stands. Again, not much has changed from last month. It's probably gotten a little bit more cluttered as I've pulled some things down. Built out a couple more modules. Right now, these are all Klondike modules from Klondikes.com. So Sean Dyke, thank you for an amazing product there. Really like them. I do have a order in with CMR, and the last 7 or so modules that I need will be coming in the mail probably towards the end of this month. So we'll see what that does with the timelines that I was originally looking to have this stuff completed. I think I originally set out to have all the modules built by the end of February. That is still the goal, but given time considerations and how long it takes for this stuff to get into stock, because everybody's doing T-Track right now, so everybody, especially after the holidays, it's frankly scarce. I know people are trying to redo their stocks right now, but that's kind of where we are. I do have a couple of these, so right here, this is 3 single width bridge modules that are going to go. I'm going to put one right here just because where you see the trees and stuff and all this, that's going to be the second part. It's a triple that'll go here, and that'll be the yard. We'll talk about that right there because that's definitely not the yard. And then a single bridge module will go here, and this is going to be very similar to this picture here. This is one of the streets that go underneath the Huntington Yard in Huntington, West Virginia. I want to say this is 5th Street. Anyway, whatever. Bottom line is, one of my biggest memories growing up is going underneath the yard in Huntington, and it dissects the city in half. So to be able to put that on this layout and have that looking kind of cool, I'm really excited about that. I'm also going to push this out. So this module here will come out, and I'll use the full width of the length of the table. I'm going to put 2 more, and that's going to be the Guyandotte River that comes out there. Yeah, so right here, this is just me trying to get a good idea for the spacing for these modules. This is more or less what the track layout is going to look like when I do put the consumer oil distribution center down. This is a model that's off of Etsy. I'll link the kit there. Really like it. It came pre-built, so I'm really stoked about that. So this is the roof to it, and a couple other things. I got like little HVAC units that go on top of it. So I'll get some time and do that eventually. Just neither here nor there. the one thing I hate more in the hobby than anything is building models, just because it's my weak point. So I'll begrudgingly do this. It's gonna look great when it's done, but yeah, I'm hesitant with it. But the big thing here is trying to figure out what radiuses are appropriate for spacing. I originally was going to set out here, and this is, look at this. This is a 315. And my original layout design had 315s kind of sitting on here, but I ended up doing, what I ran into was this outer track here was rubbing up against the building, and I was running into a spacing issue, so this is a 481. I think 481 is going to end up being the standard for the rest of this layout, so more to follow on that. But at least for this, I do know that I have space that kind of works here, and now it's just a matter of trying to figure out what auxiliary buildings are going to go here. This is going to be a parking lot, different things there, just now that I kind of have a good visualization for what I'm doing with this module. Over here, see the Western flood loader there. I am using this, frankly, to kit bash. I'm more than likely going to end up scratch building what I need for the flood loader, just because this is the wrong, nothing in West Virginia that I can see looks like this. I think this is out of Wyoming, but Walters does have something, I think it's called the Modern Flood Loader, and it's an HO, and it looks very, very, very similar to what I'm used to seeing kind of in and around southern West Virginia. But there's a 3D printed version of it that somebody's done that's sitting on Etsy that I'm pretty sure I'm going to pull off and at least give it a look and see what it looks like. But I'm going to more than likely use this as my first foray into scratch building, because, well, this is the anchor industry of the layout, and it means the most to me. So if I can do a good homage to the mine here, and this is what I'm going to do is right here is I'm going to kind of go into Google Earth and show you guys kind of what it looks like, because it doesn't exist anymore, which is unfortunate, but just kind of part of the joys of southern West Virginia.
Buddy, what's going on? So this is the Google Earth, Google Maps street view area of the mine. I wish I had the name of this mine, but if you want, we'll zoom out of this real quick. So this is just south of, I want to say, God, why can't I remember the names? Just north of Chapmanville, on Highway 10 going towards Logan. And you can see here, like, this all right here is where the mine used to be. Can I close that out? Yeah. You can see some blending of the image here where there are some coal hoppers that are still kind of visible on this, but yeah, this is imagery from the beginning of this year, and it is completely just overgrown. There's nothing here, but if you go to Street View, do this. Oh, come here. So this is back in August of 2021. You can see some of the Hulk, if you will, of what this is, and where's that button? You can actually go back and look through time. I thought you could do that. Here we go. See more details. Last date. We'll go to September 2007, which is the last time this really was in its prime here. If I can figure out how to do this on the T-Track module, I think that'll be really cool. But you can see kind of where this comes. The coal comes out of the mine. That's over here. Goes in these loaders, or I'm not sure what you would call those. You can see coal kind of at the bottom of these towers here, and then it's hard to believe this is almost like a 17-year-old, 18-year-old picture here. Yeah, so this is this coal loader that I'm trying to build out here with the what I'll kit bash off of that other kit, the this thing here that goes to the top of it and drops off stuff on the top. But yeah, so very sad that, I mean, a lot of just part of being in the ecosystem that is Southern West Virginia. Of the coal industry is, drying up, disappearing, and this is what's left of it. But anyway, there's this. Back to the video. Right now, this hardwood furniture company, I'm going to use this as the industrial toll. So covered hoppers will go in underneath, and this is where they're going to be essentially unloaded and serviced. And then this bottom, this one right here is going to be the scrapyard, which I'm probably going to do all 3D printed off of DIY and Digital's setup for the scrapyard that he has on his website. And then this right here is going to be the distribution warehouse that I'll be using for the logistics depot. But yeah, this is it. Hopefully when I do this at the end of February, beginning of March, there's significantly more modules down. But at the very least, this is it. It's slow coming, but you know what? Life, the family's got COVID right now, so I'm kind of surprised that I have a voice. I woke up this morning kind of feeling gross, but you gotta push on. But that is it. Anyway, guys, I hope you guys have had a wonderful January. I will see you guys at the end of this month, beginning of February. And don't forget to like, share, subscribe this, and let me know what you think in the comments. And I will see you guys in the next one.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. 1 second here. And we will get... we will get our buddy Bart up on the stream. Oh, sorry. Sorry for the lapse here, everybody. Just trying to get Bart ready to go here. And I overslept slightly. So let's get him set up here. And we'll be back. Some slight technical difficulties at the moment, but we will be back in just a minute. And CMD, I'm not sure what time you sent that message, but if you are still here, greetings. Good to have you here. right, so this is Bart, everybody. Bart, you're going to be doing some electronics work, right? You're going to get your do some work on some block signaling and stuff, right?
Yeah, exactly. So I'm gonna install additional detection points. So I had some trouble backing off trains because they're a little bit too long, and then a detection point helps because otherwise it makes a full loop. But I'll demonstrate all that. It's gonna be fun.
Alright, well, I'm gonna get a little bit more rest. But
Yeah, you do that.
Super neat. So I'm gonna go ahead and leave you to it. So have at it.
All right, man. Thanks. All right, let's get started. All right. So the first thing we're gonna need to do here is actually let me pull up the layout. I think that will be a good first step to show. All right, so this layout you're looking at right now, I'm sitting here, by the way. It's across the room. It makes a loop. So I have a bridge in there just to allow the trains to loop around. They don't need it, but it's fun to watch them go around 1 or 2 or 3 times for continuous running. Otherwise, it's just shuttling around, which is also fine. Especially with automation, this is doable. All right, let me pull up this window. We tried to do this with Streamlabs. Well, it was kind of last minute to use Streamlabs, so I'm still setting it up a little bit, but we should be fine. Let me do a window capture here. There we go. Nice. Okay, let me align it a little bit. But this is perfect. This is absolutely perfect. Alright. And let's put it down a little bit. That's too much down. There we go. Okay, this is perfect. Yeah. Put it here. Make it a little bit smaller. Okay, so looking at the layout, do I have the right one or is it like 2 windows? Ah, got it, it's 2 windows. Okay, let me close. Okay, close down completely. Just turn it on again. Streamlabs is a little bit. Yeah, there we go. Okay, that's perfect. Yeah. There we go. Okay, let me decrease the size of my own window. That should really help with the resolution here. Yeah, exactly. Then I can increase it a little bit. Like that. I'll get the hang of the streaming at some point. Alright. Yeah, there we go. Alright, so the full layout. It looks like this. Essentially, the part we're looking at the webcam, let me actually, I can probably draw it so it's clear when I pull it up again. Yeah. So adding blocks here. Blocks here. Make it a little bit bigger so we can watch it. There we go. Awesome. Okay. So So let me zoom in a little bit. So looking at this layout, we have the following problem with automation, and it's a small problem. Oh, I actually need to update it just a little bit. Let me do that right now. So we can remove this and this, because that's no longer there. And what we want to do is add this, because this is a section I added recently as sort of a cassette. Not really a cassette because, you know, yeah, it's a filler yard, I guess. Basically, I can add the trains here and also store them there. Move tracks to tracks. For anyone interested in this program, it's called WinTrack. It's, I believe, German made. I know a couple of German companies license it actually, like Viessmann, which is known for a bunch of electronics, but mostly in Europe, I guess, mostly in Germany. Okay, so this is now the accurate representation of the layout as it is currently. So we have 3 relatively long staging tracks. I call it a shadow station. Or a shadow yard rather. Actually, let me pull this up right now so we can. So we have some labels we can add using this program. So let me do that right now. So this is the shadow yard. We can make it a little bit bigger, I guess. Yeah. And also let me. Technically, we can like show it like this, right? This is kind of a left to right thing. Okay, so yeah, so I can store trains here. This is already under automation. So what that means is that if I zoom in a little bit, these tracks are isolated here. By using isolation, I can basically tell if there's a train there, and that's all. That's all you need really. Because the way this application works, I'm using iTrain, I'll show it in a bit. Once a train goes from a block to a block, the application itself kind of figures out what's going on. So it will release one block and then occupy another, and then by tracking a single train, because it kind of also controls all the switches, it will go fine. It will just know which train goes from where to where. You can enhance this further. There's things like Railcom, or Märklin also has a version called MFX, I believe, which can actually keep track of a train, like really keep track of it. Like it will detect which train is in which block. But this application will do it without. And secondary, it will do position tracking. So what that means is there's a length to these blocks. And if I select it, the length will appear in the bottom. It's not in freedom units, and it's slightly out of screen. Hold on, let me reposition it a little bit. There we go. So at the bottom you can see it's like 95 centimeters. No idea what it is in freedom units. Let me do it quick. Just for accuracy's sake. It's about 37 inches. Okay. Such an arbitrary number in a way. All right. So yeah. With position tracking, the train comes into a block, so it's first detected, and the application knows on which side. There's a previous and a next side. And from there, it will just, based on the speed calibration, it will track the train like on the millimeter. So it will show centimeters, but it will know it very precisely because it simply takes the train speed, which you also set through the application, of course. And then it will just start tracking the train, and it will allow it to stop exactly where you want it to stop within that block, because it knows when it entered the block, it knows how much distance it traveled, so it knows the position of the front of the train or the back of the train, depending which direction you go. Back of the train is a bit trickier because the detection is done through I have current detection, meaning that it draws power, and that, that's the locomotive. Usually it's on the front. If the train is shunting backwards, then the detection of that block will only happen when the locomotive enters, which is last. but it will do some quick recalculation because it knows the length of the train. This is something you set up as well, either per car or, you know, the whole length. You know, it makes sense to kind of guess a little bit. You don't have to go on the centimeter, but just take a bit of margin and then this will work fine. So the train shunts back, and then at some point it will detect the actual locomotive. It will do a quick recalculation, and it will know when to stop. So you need some margins here, which is fine. And also there's a speed limit on these switches, so it will go in slowly, and it will have ample time to brake. So you can put in pretty much the full length of train in here, and it will still work. It knows how to stop. I do have buffers here, European style buffers, so you know it won't. I don't have to glue down anything. It will just bump against the buffer, but I haven't seen it happen yet because good speed calibration on low speed, this is very hard to go wrong. Okay, so these are the blocks, right? This is the next block, and this one is also isolated. It's isolated on one rail. That's all you need for current draw, because the what I call the ground wire, it just goes around the layout. It doesn't need to be isolated. Then the next block is here. That's this one. So it's a turn itself, little piece on the back. The reason I did it like this is kind of, I don't know, cost effectiveness, because when you have these switches, it's a brand called Minitrix, which is also Mechanon for N-Scale. They purchased the company but kept the brands, you know. So like if you want N-Scale European style, it's Minitrix. The other one is Fleischmann, which is Rocco, I believe, these days. Basically these companies tend to fail a little bit. They're not as cost effective as they can be. So despite the hope you're not really dying, you do need to keep your operating cost a little bit lower. So that's what these companies were doing the last 10 years. They've gotten really good at it. So I think they're healthy companies by now. But anyway, I digress. So this is the detection block right here. So yeah, for economics, I pull out the what is it called? The little connectors, track connectors. But I don't want to pull them out of the switches, because once you pull them out, it's really hard to put them back in properly. So what I mean with that is I don't have a tool to kind of like pinch them back on. And I know it's a very specific thing they use. They use, you can see it barely, but I think they do it before they put it on the plastic. So the ties, put them on the ties, they kind of pinch them in there. So they're stuck on, right? So you can like connect and disconnect these tracks hundreds of times and they wouldn't come off. Like, it's amazing, the quality of that. But once you pull them out yourself with some force, like it really takes some force, it's really hard to put them in reliably, and they will keep moving around, not be like very precise there, and you can always correct it and it's fine. But I've never been able to like really get them back on securely. So with flexible track, they slide around all the time, and I haven't been able to figure out a way. But that's fine. So I keep a little bit of buffer. So I basically take a cheaper piece of track, like a curve or a straight track, and leave the switches alone. So on some sides we have some extra, and it's fine. It's not the end of the world, because the block will just be a little bit shorter in some situations. And this is one of those situations, because what I want to do is, the train is on here, and with the locomotive on the front, it will just drive out, it's fine. With the locomotive on the back, because it goes east to west or west to east, it will shunt, at the end of its run, it will shunt in. Locomotive will be here, at this position, basically. And then when it starts its rounds, either to go somewhere else, it will usually just shunt back out, and then it will come onto this track. And if it's a long train, and long is like relative, but let me check real quick what the actual length can be. Yeah, so half a meter, that's easily exceeded. It takes like 4 cars, I believe, to already exceed that. Then it kind of is like in this block, but the program still thinks it's somewhere here. And if it's somewhere there, that switch is reserved. It will stay in that position because there's a train on it. And there's some margin, right? And I couldn't really get that margin down enough. So that means that the train is kind of stuck on this block. And what it needs to do is back off further. And here comes the problem. So this part, it's not a detection block, it's just track. It is part of a block though. So when I scroll back further, it goes all the way around. Here's my actual yard. This is where I like to, do the reshuffling and the sorting and yeah, all kinds of things. And then this is where the actual detection begins. So this part is detected and I'll select it. There we go. So it's about a 78 centimeters detection. So any train in here will get detected, no problem. And then the block basically continues down this path. So it's like the remainder of the track. It's like 4 meters of track. And it's a virtual block, meaning there's a detection point at the beginning or at the end, depending how you look at it. But the train will still occupy this part. And the application has kind of, a bunch of security measures built in, to prevent collisions. So if I back off the train further, it will basically have to go down all the way to here and enter this block to be detected. So that's when the train will actually be in that block. It will release the previous block. There we go. And not even release, but it will like figure out or is certain that the switch is no longer occupied by a train, real or virtual. And then, yeah, this thing will get released and it can actually move forward. It will switch the track and it will start moving forward. All right, so to illustrate this a little bit better, I'll set up my second shared window with the actual schematic. All right. And actually with the problem, because I have a train stuck right now. Not stuck, but it requires manual intervention. Which, in some cases you don't want. You want to keep that automation running so you can focus somewhere else on the layout. And you will have this kind of liveliness. The layout will both run automated and manual. And with the right amount of detection blocks, you can prevent any kind of crashes or problems. And even people that don't have experience with trains will be able to run it, because despite the trains running around, the moment a collision might happen, the application will intervene either with your manual train or the automatic train. And you can control that behavior. You can say like, look, this automatic train has priority, so it will, disable switches or disable trains coming into blocks, or the opposite, where your manual trains have more priority, and then, then they will block the automatic trains from coming into blocks you want to go into, or you're about to go into. All right, so let me add another window. Or can I just switch? No, let me add another window. I think that makes more sense. Okay, so we need a window capture. New source. This is iTrain. So let me add. There we go. And the window is Java. iTrain is a Java application. Like one of those applications that kind of hides its Java in a way. I mean, you can see it. There's some stock icons, but yeah, okay, there we go. So let me put iTrain there. Let's hide WinTrack for now. Okay, so this is the schematic of the automation program. Let me zoom out a bit. So I made it a little bit CTC style. Yeah. And I can influence what's happening on the controlled part of the layout directly. So if I connect it, it's networked, so you can maybe see at the bottom here. Yeah, it's connected to a C21. C21 is I think it's also Rocco, old DCC command station, but it's networked, so it's connected to my network. Other devices can see it. So I have this, for example, this remote. It's a wireless LAN mouse. That's what they call them. It's German for mouse, I believe. Like literally mouse. All right. Again, I get distracted. So we have control over the layout now, and now I can basically set switches. And this is happening in the layout, like it will send a signal to the decoder. The decoder will send the power. They're solenoid, so it will be a little bit clicky. And to illustrate, like I have these switches here. So you basically set the address. Oh wait, this window doesn't show up, I think, on the stream. Oh, that's annoying. It's a window capture. Okay, it's fine, it's fine. So we'll keep it in the main window for now. Yeah, but as you can see, this train is backed up, and or not backed up enough, basically. And it will block the switch. So yeah, right now it's the automation is kind of stuck. It's kind of waiting. So it's this train in particular. SD60M from Norfolk Southern. And this is the actual train. I took some photos to keep it consistent. Yeah, and it's stuck. So just to illustrate in the real world, there it is. It's standing right there. It's kind of stuck on that. Yeah, this is where the block ends basically. So I didn't want to drive further. You cannot drive out of blocks because it doesn't. It kind of otherwise it will drive all the way around, right? So what we want is to just drive enough, and then back into the track. So this is facing forward. That means that it will have to drive a little bit further and then back in again, and it will back in the free track here. Yeah, so the point I'm like having the webcam focused on now, this is the point I want to have another detection block. So I'll open up WinTrack and show it to you schematically. Yeah, so long story short, this is what we want to get under detection. And yeah, it's kind of a balance game. I don't want to put detection on the entire layout. It's a lot of work. There's a lot of switches that need to get automated. And even these switches, I'm like, okay, if I just, keep them set to the main line at all times, unless I need them, right, for any kind of operation. But if I keep them straight, I can just put the detection block here, and it should work fine. I can theoretically put in multiple detections here. Like it would maybe help, but I'm not sure how to do it with, manual switches and just, yeah, I think it's too complicated to make it work like that. Kind of have to find a way to report the switch position or the turnout position. So I'm thinking that maybe I can just add a detection here. This part. And it's about 76 centimeters, which in combination with the other block is more than enough to get this done. Yeah, so let's grab some tools and get started. I will hide the wind track for now. Actually, let me drag the wind track. Can I do this? That would be kind of cool. I just need to keep it a little bit off the side. All right. This looks good, I think. Now scroll up a little bit. Yeah, let's do it like this. Yeah. Turn up the webcam a little bit. Perfect. So I only have like 15 minutes here, which is fine. I'll just continue the work in the next slot I have, which was supposed to be kind of an operations slot, but I think it will work out because we can show operations at the end of the work. So I will just get started here and get a basic rundown of the tools needed. I went to the store this morning actually, because I was a little bit short on supplies. So what I have here, I'll show it, and probably my camera will maybe pick it up, because it is a smartphone, so it should be able to focus. I probably put in manual focus, it's fine. Let me set that up correctly. There we go. It will be a little bit blurry, but yeah, there we go. This is good autofocus. So I have these separators. They will isolate. So yeah, you replace the metal rail connector, and it will be replaced with a plastic version. And there's a little bit of separation in the middle, and it's absolutely minimal. Like you don't even see it. It's like, is it really isolated? Like I check with the multimeter to check it really is, but it is. A little bit of separation in there in the middle, and that's enough to isolate two pieces of track. There's 6 on there. I need to cut them out, and yeah, you pay real euros for this. It's crazy. And then these, they're connectors. Instead of soldering, which is kind of a permanent thing, I like to keep my layout a little bit more flexible, so I use these. So what happens is you put them under a track, they connect through that pin at the end I'm holding, and the wire goes in like that. So if I push this down, you can see the hole. This is a great camera, by the way, it's really cool. You can see the hole is not closed, and then I push it down, put the wire in, and release, and that, let me see, yeah, release, and that will keep the wire stuck in there, like it's very simple. I think they're €2 a piece, like what the hell? I don't know what's happening in the world, whatever. Alright, so I have a bunch of them. The amount I need, one to create a detection block, like it will run from my detector. Actually, let me show you the detector, if I can do it without damaging. So the detector is sitting right there. I kept it nice in view. I like to see electronics, especially blinking lights, so it's in view. The wires away, and the speaker. This is on my office layout, so there's all kinds of stuff in there. Flashlight. So this is the detector, and yeah, it's a current draw detector. So basically, there's a digital signal going in here. These 2 wires, they're connected to a bus. So it's basically a red wire and a black wire. You know how it works. Yeah, that will basically detect current draw. I think there's a threshold because, you know, digital train that's on there will absolutely draw power because the decoder does it. But it kind of works with the threshold. So I think it's digital only pretty much, which is fine. It will work for us. And it works really well. Like I'm really impressed by the performance. I used it before on a HO scale layout, which I would assume even has more passive draw. But it works as well on the N scale as well, without any setup. Like it just works, and that is amazing these days. Yeah, it's a little bit messy. I'll figure that out later. So there's 8 more slots left, and I do have a second one, so I can connect up a second detector if I need it. But I don't think so, because I can, you know, I have 8 detection slots for today. I think I only need, I assume 1. I might need the second one. I might go for that turn as well. If I look at this program, you can see there's a turn here. So with the switch in between, there's potential for another detection block, which will just increase precision and trains being able to maneuver around. But it will also introduce some added complexity because the trains will need to reserve more track in order to prevent deadlocks, where one train will just face the nose of the other because they didn't reserve enough space before a siding, or, you know, a pass, like a passing siding, I think it's called. I have one here on the layout, by the way. So if I scroll down here, it starts here. This is an automated switch, and there are 2 detection blocks on these 2. This is the main line at the bottom. The siding is at the top. And then this switch is also controlled, so they can like go into the siding, wait for another train to pass, and then continue on. Like this is what really makes the continuous running work well with multiple trains. I think pretty much up to 2, at least. Or 3 if they're in the same direction, I believe. But I need to experiment with that, which is the fun of this. Yeah, this is why the layout is also more flexible. I can just run more experiments, and if I feel something is not working, I can update it and yeah, introduce changes. So that's why for now I use these connectors that are removable, basically, no soldering required. Because right now these are the leads. I don't know what's going on, but for this size of layout, which is relatively big, I only need 1 feed and it will run fine, whether it's on one side of the layout or the other. It might have to do with the quality of the track, that it kind of carries that current all the way. I don't know, but it works for me. So I need to move this, of course. Otherwise there's a short circuit. So I don't need to move the what I call the ground, but I do need to move the actual DCC plus signal. I don't think it's plus or minus, because it should just be a, how do you say, positive negative signal to create the ups and downs in the signal. I'm like 90% unsure how DCC actually works. I think it's a square wave with different variable widths, but yeah, I'll need to do a deep dive into the theory there. Anyway, for today it doesn't matter. Yeah. Let's see, what's next? Yeah, so going back at the program, I need to first isolate. So to figure out how to isolate, I'll put the camera a little bit closer. Back this up a little bit down. So this, let's see, the isolation for me is on the bottom track, right? And that makes sense because looking at this red wire, it's also at the bottom track. It looks like it's a top track from here, like the track away from me, but actually it goes under the track and actually connects at the bottom rail. So this rail is the one that needs to be isolated. So looking at the, let me just, oh, some practical issues here. The mount only goes so far. Let me put it here. And hopefully my shoulder won't get too much in the way. Yeah, so let me just run this entirely. I think we've picked up to hundreds of times anyway. So the switch at the bottom track, facing this way, the switch has the track connector here. So I want to leave that in, just to keep, reliably in the future. But the next one, it's a small one. You can see it on the layout. It's the 09, which in tricks is called, what is it called? 14909, which is a 33.6 millimeter piece, and it helps you to get their track geometry right, so you don't have gaps or you have to bend track or anything like that, or get flexible track and start cutting. There's no need for that if you follow the system. Yeah, so I can pull out one of these here, replace it with the one from the stack right here, and then that's the start of a block or the end of a block, depending how you look at it. It'll probably be the end. Looking at iTrain, which I can pull up pretty quickly. There we go. Looking at iTrain, the start of the main line is sort of like on the left, the east side. So these, like if you zoom in a little bit, every block has a sort of preferred direction. They can be made strictly bidirectional, meaning it doesn't matter whether you go left or right, but there's always a start of a block and an end of a block, just for practical sense. So I'm gonna stick with that system. So I'm gonna rename all my blocks when I'm done. So this is now block 1 right here, and it will become block 2. 2 becomes 3, etc. And then the new block will be block 1, or depending on if I decide to actually add another block before that, then that's probably going to be block 1, and I will add block 1 and block 2 essentially. I will keep track of that in wind track as well. It's kind of my point of reference in that sense. Need to zoom out just a little bit. Hold on. It's like when I actually need to zoom, I forgot how to do it. I think it's just using control, right? Yeah, okay, there we go. Perfect. One more. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, okay. So, and the block ends here at this little track piece called 06, which is the 54.2 millimeter piece of track, and it's over there. It's not that far. There we go. Yeah, and looking at that, this one is actually the piece of track I need to get isolated. So the switch, I don't need to touch it. Sorry, I say switch, it's a turnout. All right, so we'll get that pulled out as well. All right, let me get a little tool to do it. What I like to do is take a screwdriver, and please don't get offended if I do this, but this is kind of my method. I think I got a call, or whatever. Right. So, what I do is I take a screwdriver. See if I can get it nicely on camera with it still flowing around. And I basically twist, and then it flattens. Yeah, it extends the connector like this. So now it's the screwdriver's in there. So it's a little bit wider now. And I was never able to get like a tool on there on that little lip and just pull it out. Like there's just not enough to grab onto. Now I need to get that tool. I guess it's more in the focus. Yeah. Okay. So I take the tool right here and I pull. See, that's it. Yeah, and this connector, honestly, it's gone. But I can show you what I said before. So this is how they, like, let me center it a little bit. So hard to do. Yeah, there we go. You can see this is what they do in the factory. They kind of, I think they might use some heat or something, and then just stamp it down with some force, and it will get those clips on there really good. So until I can replicate it at home, I'm not pulling them out of turnouts. It's just not cost effective. I'm gonna check in with Eddie real quick here. Take over an hour and push back. Okay, so I have like another half hour here. Okay. Yeah, it took like an hour time slot, like early in the morning, to make sure that there's some actual content here. And it's a nice introduction to the next block. I'm probably gonna continue doing this. All right. Yeah, let me just go straight to the plastic isolator here. So this is simply, like any sprue, I guess. You just no need to twist, just get something sharp and loose. Like strictly, this is enough. See, there's a little bit of plastic here. So I'll just take a file. So tiny. Like visually, it's hard to notice these isolators. Harder than the actual metal connectors. There we go. My audio is probably a little bit worse because I have a desk mic with it a little bit here, but it should be automatically gained. We'll see. We'll look back on the stream and adjust. All right, and then it's just a matter of putting it in. There we go. I really like that it has this separate in the middle, which is, you know, its function, but it just looks good. It goes in 50% of the way, and that's it. All right. Yeah, so this becomes part of the switch actually. So looking at it, we just connect it up on the. So this is basically still outside of the block. It's a switch and it extends a little bit. So if you ever decide to include this in the automation, and I will, then basically it will be the entire track, of course. I know it makes sense when I say it, but when you forget to do it in your application, yeah, you have to go and debug it. All right, next one. So same trick. I take the screwdriver, widen it a little bit. The plier. There we go. Yeah, this one is unfortunately unrecoverable. The good thing is you can buy these in small bags. Okay. Then again, we take one of these isolators. Oh, it's a little bit too much. Need to be precise. In. Perfect. Yeah, bottom rail for me. There we go. So this is how I'm gonna put it back in. All right, now I'm gonna go back to my application and actually get these registers. So yeah, so this one is against the turnout. So I isolate the lower rail. There we go. So now this is yeah, probably looking east to west, the start of the block. Go to the end. So remember, we took this turnout and this piece, so we're gonna isolate it here. Lower rail. That's it. We now have a block. And just to okay, scrolling left and right is hard in this program for some reason. Yeah. Shift, shift, shift. So with shift you can select multiple blocks here. And then if I drag this window all the way up, we can see this is indeed a 76 centimeter block. Which is yeah, it should be enough to actually make a passing track here. So I can take this yeah, industrial siding, I guess, because it is part of that industry here. Take this part and make it like the siding track, and then this part would be where we actually can spot trains like sort of all the time, and here it's like more an optional thing. But honestly, I don't want to. I think it's fine like this. These two are just the industrial sides, and this is the actual main line, and that's it. I have to remember. I can actually why I saw this. So this is prototypical, more or less. I think it's one of the Run 8, which is the train simulator, United States. Like, really accurate simulator. where I just looked at the schematic and I was like, oh, this looks cool. But yeah, that's how I make most of my model railroads. Anyway, so we have enough to actually create a block now. Let me drag this down again so we can look at it. Like this. Zoom out just a little bit. Yeah, okay. Well, that's fine. So first thing we do is we disconnect this one. So this is the connector, right? We just push down on it. We don't need to. It's kind of on there, but yeah, push down and then you can disconnect them. We'll use it later. So this is the feeding wire right here. So this one basically needs to be connected to yeah, the rest of the layout at this point. And that will move a little bit. So I can do two things. I can just connect it to this siding. I don't use smart switches. So however this track is set, there's power running through it. Again, you see, you don't really need because it kind of gives more things to debug. All right. Let's lay that on the side here. In case you're wondering, the DCC command station is here, and it's already shorting because I probably touched something. I don't know, but it's fine. It doesn't need to be running right now. I think it was system. I turned it on when I launched iTrain. All right. So yeah, okay. I'll leave this on there. Like the what I call the mess. Just put a. Let's see. I think it's more practical if I put the start of the. I connect the starting part of the track, or the block rather. There we go. So you can see here that the track connection, like here it floats and there it's touching. So and it runs to the other side. Good. Yeah, I'm really much in the way. A little bit. There we go. Yeah, as I said, right, it's really hard to see where that isolator is, and then when you look on the side, which you defocus on right now. Yeah, there we go. On the side, you can actually see it. But once you put some weathering on there, it's gone. Like, there's no way. And then on the top of the track, I mean, there is a gap, but it's so minuscule. Like, it could, like, most of the time, the gaps are just naturally there because you shove around the track a little bit. So you won't even hear it. You know, when trains pass, you don't hear like click, click. It's just smooth. All right. Then I still have light here. Sound in order. There you go. Yeah, so I need the isolation. Voilà. And then it's like a complete documentary here. There's too much of me in the way. Take this down quickly then. Okay, this angle's not great for me. Closer here. All right. Restore the geometry a little bit. I think it looks quite good. I'm gonna move it around a bit still. Might have to drill some holes here because it's just cleaner looking. So this is still, it still needs to be covered. Usually on these plates I put some sand, color it with airbrush just to make it look a little bit better. So some holes doesn't do anything. That's yeah, I think this is a nice, a good point to end it. And then I'll, in my next block, I will continue this story. Do a small summary, of course. The change is done.
So looks like Eddie is getting himself set up. So,
yeah, great.
Yeah, cool stuff, man. Those little like isolator pieces. That's like I have some of those, and I was always like unsure of what the best use for them is. But this makes total sense to me.
Yeah, yeah. This is how you can. I think that's only. It's also there. Like if you run analog, it will also serve a purpose there.
Yeah.
Because then it's like full isolation.
Yeah, you can break it literally down into blocks.
Exactly, like actual blocks. Because for digital you only need one side. Well, I use current sensing. I think there might be detection systems where you do need full isolation. I've seen a few of those systems as well. But then it's like older style DCC where it's kind of like it drives the train from block to block. Like it doesn't follow the train, it just has full control over when the train moves into a block. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I showed a picture of that system in the local train club. They use this system. It's homegrown. Dynamo, it's called. It's like a system for scaling up, essentially. Like if you have large layouts, a lot of current sensing or current draw, rather. But they use this system as well. And the advantage of that system is that it's also DC. So any block can be on the fly switched from DCC to DC, with the only drawback, of course, that you cannot mix DC and DCC, because then the classic
you come with you face problems, shall we say.
A lot of interesting noises from those motors.
Very angry noises from non-decoder equipped locomotives.
And the funny thing is, most modern decoders will pick this up, this DC signal, and just keep on driving with their latest settings on all their functions.
Yeah, all the dual mode.
Even with sound. Yeah, exactly. Even with the sound, like it will hardly be interrupted, if any. It's quite amazing.
Yeah.
But like I said, they decided to go full DCC because with the position driving that I'm also demonstrating here, it just has more options with with if you have like large amounts of switches. We call them, I think, a turnout street would be the literal translation, like a sequence of dozens of switches. Then it becomes very relevant. You can actually have 3, 4, 5 trains run in parallel, which is something that's very common here. Like if I drive with a train, I see like 4 or 5 trains running in parallel with me because they have, in real life I'm talking. And yeah, of course, if you want to go prototypical like that, then that's what you need.
Yeah. Awesome. All right. Well, thanks for taking us along with you as you work, man. Super cool stuff.
Yeah, I'll continue after Eddie is done with his.
With some T-Track
shenanigans.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he's getting himself set up. He says he's just getting himself set up and ready to go. So we can go to a quick intermission here while he's getting himself ready to go. Unless you want to keep working, I guess. But
no, it's good. I'll get some lunch because it's that time for me.
Yeah, go grab some food then, man. We'll
Alright,
swap over to a brief intermission, and then when Eddie is ready, we will pull him up on the stream for a couple hours to play with some T-Track stuff. So, alright, let me get that done. Okay, so Eddie is getting himself up and getting himself ready to go here. So he's going to take over in about 20 minutes. In the meantime, we're just going to put on one of our videos just to kind of keep the stream moving. And Eddie will take over in just about 15 to 20 minutes. So let me get that video up for you all, and we'll get to Eddie in a bit.
Sorry? Sometimes it's screwed on with these screws in here. But a lot of times you just pull this to the side and it comes right out.
Yeah, that's what a lot of mine do.
And that's a cool relic. The other day on the zoo in Baltimore, they have the first organized well in the United States that we... Bart. Yeah, yeah. Well, it's going the other side.
sponges? Yeah. I gotta put metal wheels on it or something. Well, you also know you gotta. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's regular in.
Yeah, end track. Yep. Yeah, it's a nice layout. Okay there, Brian?
Yeah, I know. I bumped it twice. I know. That's the group that puts this on High Park. By Atlas, M&M trailers are made by Atlas, and they're actually pretty accurate.
Yeah.
The other trailers are just kind of mishmash.
Well, I mean, as you can see by my forehead, I'm a New Haven fan, so... I was running a pair of U25Bs on the T-Track layout earlier. I've got to hoping to get decoders in those soon.
Well, they built the modules, are they actually here?
So,
or they just sort of...
Most of them aren't. Basically, that was, the competition was hosted by HVRS. We sold the modules all through the summer, and then...
Yeah, my parents were one in one. My dad worked for the federal government, and my mom was a school teacher, so she worked for the state. The wires weren't quite long enough. Actually, you couldn't stretch them. The electrons wouldn't get there. I left my wire strike at home.
Most people have no clue that in 2024, the best way to make money with Amazon is not with physical products.
Train running. SPT 40F with some central mixed in. Almost. That's the cannon through. That's awesome.
Hey, I would say you want to get the other ones down there. Those are called the Denny. Denny will have an idea of where they can help next. Is that one motor or two motors?
All right, folks. Eddie is taking over now. So.
All right. Good morning, y'all. If you can hear me. Oh, sweet. Is it gonna work? Come on. Oh my god, alright. I know I did. Stand by. No. Alright. It's odd. Sorry guys, as we're trying to figure out like what's going on with this, but alright, cool. We'll roll with it. Hey y'all, good morning. Welcome to the morning edition of Model Train People. I hope you guys can hear me. What is going on with this thing? Hold on, y'all. I apologize. Alright, let's see if this is working now. This is unfortunate. Alright, let me see if I just reload it. Maybe that's the problem here. So what I'm doing is because I have a... Oh, shit. Okay, well, anyway. Show what's going on. What the saying is... Okay. Well, everybody, good morning. It is 6:45. I want to say thank you to Bart for taking over a little bit overnight, and then Dylan and Ian. You guys are freaking amazing, and Dennis, I hope you're getting a little bit of nap over the next hour. But what we're doing is we're messing with T-Track modules this morning. I've got, I want to say, this is one of these 3 bridge modules, singles from Klondike's downstairs, and then 6 additional, I can't say names. 6 additional CMR modules that are going to be built out. It's not all going to happen today, but hopefully one a day this week and kind of the next week to finish up, so I can actually have all my modules built out by the end of February, and I'll still be on goal for what I'm trying to do. But yeah, so we're going to build this out here, and then I also am going to go find the CMR single and build that out and kind of do compare and contrast, because Klondike's and CMR seem to be the kind of the corners of the market, if you will, when it comes to these little T-Track modules. And then we're going to take a look at this. I'm going to take the tape off of this and kind of see how this turned out. This is my inside corner. This is where we're going to start. Coffee today is 7-Eleven coffee. I usually do Evermore, which is over in Burlington City in Burlington County, New Jersey. But
will say probably my favorite copy right now, and I can't really see the chat. I'm not sure what you guys are saying, but. Okay. Pull the chat up and let's see what we got. All right. Yeah, this thing. So the problem is, again, I don't necessarily have the live stream like actively updating. So let's see, I'm gonna reach. Yep, there we go. Okay, cool. All right, perfect. That looks amazing. I don't know what happened. I don't know why this is being the bear that it has decided that it wants to be today. Can you guys in the chat go ahead and type something just as a test? So I'm trying to see if I can pull it up so I can actually see it as it's going through. I know there's a little bit of delay on this. I appreciate you guys. All right. Let's see, hold on. Let's see if I can do anything. Nope, don't want to do that. I appreciate you guys. I'm sorry for this. All right. Stream settings. All right. This. Okay. All right, chat's enabled, so I should see some stuff flow through here. Perfect. And of course, it wants to do that. Dennis, I love you, man. This is. Oh, cool. Amazing. We're back. All right, so core module here. Actually, I'm not sure we're gonna mess with this first, but we're gonna go ahead and crack open the Klondike's module and then come back to this. Friendly reminder, everybody. Again, if you are joining us and you haven't been following us overnight, we are doing this live stream event to raise money for the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, CHOP. Really, they do some really good stuff out here in Southeast PA and South New Jersey. And our original goal was 1,000. We hit 800 overnight, like right before midnight. So our goal now is to try to see if we can get up to $1,200. But we're doing amazing, and it's because of you guys pitching in, being generous, and you know what, making it model roading what it should be about, which is community and bringing people together. So, thank you. All right, so I'm gonna put this down. We'll come back to this. We're gonna start with the single. Sean Dyke is really nice. He provides a list of basically this is your instructions and kind of what comes included in this. So it's frankly foolproof, and I'm a fool. And if I can get these things working, like anybody, literally anyone can do this. But we'll just take this all out, and I'll show you this. Cool, so the module itself, this is the top. You can see here where the type of track is laser etched in, so you know kind of what you're looking for these. But cutout unit track, if you guys aren't familiar with what T-Track does, but there's this, you get the legs here, I think this is the front, the back, and then the sides, and then these are the supports for, sorry, not legs, for these, which are the actual legs, which these are really nice. It's all 3D printed except for the little pieces here, but I know CMR sells like, I forget what it is. I don't think I ordered. I need to see if they're in the bag, but like they're metal. But I actually kind of prefer these. A little more user friendly, frankly. A little more cleaner of a design, but that's just me. So, looking at this, wood glue. I had painter's tape. We're not going to use the Allen key. We'll do that once this all dries later, so it'll be off camera. But you need the Allen key for these. If I can get it open. So these little bad boys here, they just screw into these holes on the supports. I'm not sure what you would call those. I'm too tired to figure it out. My brain works off of Red Bull and espresso and coffee. I'm barely like 3 sips into a cup of coffee, so hopefully I become a little bit more cognizant and coherent as this goes on. Okay. So the first thing that we're going to do is, and what the instructions call for, is to wipe the laser dust off of the ends of all the pieces that you're going to apply glue to. To be honest, I'm going to do this because it says to do it in the instructions, but this is the one thing that probably you can skip. But it is nice to at least get some of the residue from the cutting process off in case that messes with the adhesive properties of whatever glue you're using. So while we're doing this, I'll tell you what's going on in my life. So Monday night, there I was, really Tuesday morning, it's 1:30, baby wakes up, he's not having a great night. About an hour into everything, my wife and I have a rule that at the hour mark, to save each other's sanity, like we will go wake up the other person, no questions asked, and we just take over That's kind of our division of labor. He was going there for a little bit, where he was actually sleeping through the night. He got about 2 weeks solid. That's kind of what he does. He'll go 2 weeks solid of just like, you know, lures us in, and then it's just part of the process. We have not sleep trained. That's kind of our own personal feeling there. I think it's kind of mean to leave the baby like that, but yeah, we'll figure it out later. When he does sleep well, and if he's up, it's because his mouth hurts. This kid's mouth has been like sore or swollen for the better part of like the last 2 months, and so we finally saw his top like front teeth begin to like burst out, and that's kind of the one thing we're dealing with right now. Okay, cool. So we have now wiped everything down, and now it is time to glue this stuff down. So what I like to do is flip this over. Really, this is the front part of this because he's got his branding on there. So we go like that, and it's time to do the glue. Simple wood glue again, Home Depot, Lowe's, wherever you buy your adhesives from. And what I do is I usually put, I'm actually gonna do that. I'm gonna put some paper towels underneath this just to make it a little easier to clean up. The downside to this is sometimes it does like to stick to the counter. Once I get some stuff cleaned up in the basement, I think a lot of this is going to eventually move down there, but I need to get like my workbench actually completely set up. It waits the last minute, it only takes a minute. There's just other priorities right now. Okay. So, mess is contained. We'll go ahead and we'll start here, and we'll just do it back. We'll go clockwise here, just so you guys can see kind of what I'm doing. So I apply the glue liberally here, and what I'm doing is basically wherever this top part touches the sides, I'll put glue along this, and then same thing here. So wherever it's clear here, so like this piece, this piece, this piece, this piece, I'm gonna end up putting just a little bit of glue. So anyway, yeah, 2:30 hits, and I'm gonna wake up my wife. We high five, hand the baby off, and then as I'm getting ready to go to sleep, I have my phone set to usually do not disturb at night unless it's work or like immediate family. I got a text from my brother that comes through that one of my cousins is dead. So that turned into a sleepless night. We stayed up until about 6:30 waiting for like news to update out of Orlando to see what exactly had happened with the car. It was a car wreck, and yeah. So between chaos that's going on at where I work with different things happening, sleep has been a premium in Casa de Benningfield over here, and we are exhausted. Because as all that's happened, the baby had 2 nights where he just decided that he was going to be up every 2 hours. All right, not decide, but just kind of dealing with the challenges of teething. So that's where we're at. All right, so these pieces right here, and this is the one thing after messing with CMRs, and I'll show you. I really appreciate this about Sean. So Sean, if you're on here, like, dude, I'm gonna stand you, just because like it's good quality. This is pretty intuitive. If you look here, before glue is applied, like this notch, it like lines up perfectly. Yeah, famous last words, right? Lines up perfectly, and it fits right in. So you put some glue, you make sure that this is all taped down, and that glue is in place, and that's a good, you know, it's a good, nice, clean fit. Oh man, I forgot to do this on this side. I get too excited. But all we do is just a little bit of glue, kind of same thing. Find the spot, find the, you know, these top spaces here. And if you guys are talking, I can't see anything. I do have chat enabled, where I thought it was going to pop up on my TV. Let's see, do this. And it, again, goes in right there, and it's nice, and it'll dry, and the not a lot of hassle. Yeah, I had a laptop, and then ironically went back for another funeral this year, and or what, December, November, October. This year has just flown by. And in the Delta Lounge at in Atlanta, I ended up leaving my laptop and messing with AnyRail of all things. Realized that I had like 15 minutes until my plane was gonna, you know, beat feet and get out of there and leave me in the dust, and I home aloned it all the way to the plane, and then got home, went to unpack, and realized that your boy didn't have his laptop, so. Yeah, pro tip here, make sure you're doing this before you put the next one in. So just take the leg, pop it in, glue this, and just a nice bam, just like that. So 706, all right, cool, we're making good time on this. These take, you know, maybe 15 minutes to do. The bigger ones are a little more time consuming at points. This will probably just end up being, frankly, CMR versus Klondike's review. Okay. Yeah, we were gonna do a meetup today, but just with everything going on, I elected to kind of cancel it out. We're gonna hang out with my mom just because. So the funeral is in 2 weeks now, but we thought it was gonna be as early as this weekend. But just to, you know, get her mind off of it, because basically this my cousin who passed was like a sister to my mother and onto me. You know, my mom has literally lost her best friend, so go hang out with her. Make sure, you know, she's feeling loved and taken care of. Give her some time with the baby. Because again, I'll rattle it on and I'll continue that you have to be able to have life come before your hobbies. And I say that because I, grew up seeing, older people, be it cars, be it, whatever it is. Hell, people my age. I'm 35, and that's it's going through college. It's the amount of time you spend playing video games and stuff. Or everybody has their things. Their time sinks. My God, I get to Tedium before kids. God, I miss it. Disclaimer: I love being a father, but there are times I do miss being able to 48-hour binge a video game and do that. And I'm sure that's definitely not out of the question in the future, especially, call mom up, hey, take the baby. Do you mind taking the baby? We're taking a weekend in, but yeah, things happen, priorities change, and look at that. That is for the most part, complete module. Okay, so the fun part, because you want this to, be nice and snug, and this is probably where I go a little overkill on this, but these do come together really nice. Is you just tape them down, give that little bit extra grip. And then these dry pretty quick, but I like to give them a day just to kind of marinate, if you will, do their thing, and then come back later and remove tape. The one thing though that I've told my wife that although we've been going through it this week, his birthday is 2 weeks, 3 weeks, yeah. And we're just you look at pictures and it's like, holy crap! Like this kid has gone from literal potato to every day he's becoming more and more of a toddler. And there was Valentine's Day, we got some pictures of him, and he, it looked like there's some pictures of me that I vaguely remember taking as a toddler, and kind of the first, I guess what you would call instances of, consciousness. And it's it started looking at me as as an 18-month, 19-month-old, and some of the pictures that I grew up seeing on the walls and stuff, and he just looks like a little boy, and it's kind of sad because man, that's my baby and he's growing up, and it's awesome, right? Because the more he becomes less of a potato, wants to do his own thing, take him to different things, get him involved and find the things that he likes. Kid loves music. I've got a mandolin and a guitar and a couple guitars, and he tries to play with them. He that is his if you want him to crawl, he can get on his hands and knees to crawl, because he loves his big thing is army crawling. I know this is we should be talking trains, but we're gonna talk about life right now. But he will come straight at that. It's just kind of cool to see. But he woke up at 2 a couple nights ago, and I went in and got him on my chest. We're laying down. He's trying to be silly, and I don't remember. I just remember kind of holding him and him kind of fussing that I was holding him and I wasn't interacting back with him like he wanted me to. And then I time traveled, and the next thing you know, it's 3 o'clock. I'm waking up from some crazy dream, and he is asleep, sprawled across my chest, drooling, and it was just sweet. It was just real sweet. And I know that those days are finite in number, but I will miss the hell out of them, as tired as I am right now. It's not exact. There's a little bit of glue, overflow, spillage, whatever you want to call it. And I'm doing some significant overkill on the tape. Yeah, tape it up, make sure that everything's nice and tight. Like a Twigger. kudos to anybody who gets the reference. And then you just let this dry for, call it 24 hours. This is gonna live over here for now, back behind where hopefully you guys can't see it. Yeah, dope. Okay, awesome, awesome. Take this stuff and put it over here before I lose it and it gets lost in the mess that is the house right now. I'm gonna go get the CMR stuff. I'll fix this angle a little bit. There we go. Maybe. Sweet. What's up, Bubbles? Come here. Come here. Say hi, baby. Hi. There we go. Are you gonna let the intrusive phone if I let you out? Probably. Let's go find your Bart collar. I know it's upstairs. Yeah, we are gonna do that. Sure. All right, just because I said Bart collar, just to prove that no animals are harmed in making this feature. This vibrates, so it is definitely not a shock collar. It just it's a high-powered vibrator, and high-powered. I don't know. It buzzes. He doesn't like the buzz. It keeps him from going from literally tree to tree in our backyard for 10 minutes, just because the kid doesn't get out much. You don't get out much. And he's looking for squirrels. He chased a raccoon up the tree a couple weeks ago. That was hysterical. But it's all right. Ready to go? Sit. Joys of animals and children. Okay. Again, if you guys are trying to talk, I cannot see the chat, so that's why I'm essentially vamping this. Yeah. So, all right. So I said that I ended up ordering a ton of modules. The majority of the layout until this week was actually the whole layout was Klondike's. Ran out of supply. Just it's the holiday season, right? You know, everybody's doing their thing with buying stuff, and it makes sense. I ended up going with CMR just to finish it out, just because I'm trying to have everything essentially glued down by the end of March. So I got all the track for my yard this week, so I'm really excited about that. And it'll be probably next weekend's project if we're not down in Florida. But yeah, so here's the other half of the CMR stuff that came in the mail. We're gonna open this up, see what Santa brought. So we're just gonna look at this, and I'm gonna pull the single out, and we're gonna work on the single. And compare and contrast. Kudos to CMR, they really packed the hell out of this. I do appreciate that. These came big box full of little packing peanuts and stuff, and then this is shrink wrapped and then bubble wrapped. So check out my doubles. This is one of the triples. I got 2 triples. There's 2 doubles. So, all right. 2 doubles. 3 triples. 2 triples, and then 2 singles. So we're gonna go right here. Oh man. All right. Proud dad moment or whatever, but if you guys have kids, or like, they sleep in the weirdest positions, and like this kid loves to sleep on his face. He is just a ragdoll right now, just knocked out. He was not in that position about 30 minutes ago, so he's since moved. So it's 7:20, so the witching hour is quickly approaching. So I'm pretty sure I ordered, I gotta look back at that receipt. I thought I had ordered pieces that go into the legs here, and they did not come. So I gotta say I'm frustrated because I'll figure it out, but spend money on that, what the heck? 1, 2, 1, 2. Virgin Public Mac this real quick. Yeah, it was 7. I keep thinking I'm missing a double. There's 2 doubles, 2 triples, 2 singles. All right, let's put these to the side. The same. So yeah, you saw the packaging of the other one. Here, actually, I'm gonna go grab the bench plug. Okay, so this is how Klondike packages their stuff. Individual, like, Ooh, excuse me. 3 bridge modules. I bit off way more than I could chew on this, because I thought I was going to do something that I'm probably not, just based off of track design. But anyway, there's 3 in here like this. This is a single saran wrapped. The other ones are also individually, like they're in saran wrap, but like real nice individual packaging here on this. You've got the instructions. I think CMR emailed the instructions out. The nice thing about CMR is these are all individually cut when they come out, when you order them. There is a little bit of a lead time on these where if Sean has, or Klondike's has the stock, he ships it. So that becomes a challenge from a supply and demand kind of piece where once his stock is depleted, you gotta wait. But I mean, you can see how it's packaged there. And then this, you just cut it open. It comes with the instructions on how to do it, which is really nice. Let's open this bad boy up. I am not a fan of saran wrap. It and I do not get along from both a texture and sound piece, but also tried making a beef Wellington for Christmas, and it worked out, but I just could not get the stupid cling wrap to do what I wanted it to. And if you're sitting there just going, man, you're talking about Wellington sitting in the Delta Lounge or whatever, you bougie MFer. Yeah, guilty as charged, man. I'm bougie, I'm basic, I'm chuggy, whatever the F it is. Okay, so, I like put track holes. So track holes, so we're gonna look at this too. So top here, you can see that the track holes are actually, built in. Cut in, rather. And I'm pretty sure I asked for this, but and then you can notice here, if you're looking at the Klondike one, you have the track type etched in as well, which is really a cool feature here that that Klondike's does. Oh. We're just gonna make sure that all the sides are correct where they need to be before we start gluing this down. I will say I prefer this, the plywood or sandalwood right now versus I know this is what Sean was using, and I think you're using it looks like a particle board now, which I think is probably a little more sturdy, but I'll be honest, I do prefer this. Material wise, just it's a nice, I like it's a nice smell. It's kind of the same thing, these are all laser cut. And here is where I was talking about earlier. Oh, that's the back. All right, I will give them credit on this. So T-Track modules will usually, they for the most part will all have some sort of portal for wiring and stuff. I have the single Dairy Queen that I need to make some repairs to. All my wires come through here, but I also do really like the spots here. So if you have, DC power supply for auxiliary lights, switches, whatever, you can, put this up, put your cord in there. So that's really cool. Dope. So we're gonna kind of same thing. I am not going to wipe off the excess powder on this, or soot, if you will, from the cutting. But we're just gonna go and do the thing. Okay.
Another technique that I'm just kind of doing here is instead of just holding the pieces together, just kind of just go on the line where you know that they're going to go. Stand it up. Bam. Look at that. Do the same thing over here. So my life, I am a nomad, just grew up as a military brat, and that's what I do for a living. Don't really have a home per se. Put way too much glue on that, whatever. But we really like, we live in New Jersey. Which also gives me some really weird team alliances. Can't really stand the Cowboys, although I spent 15 years in Texas. I used to follow the Detroit teams, just because that's where a good part of my family's from, but my big things growing up were always the Spurs and UTSA, the Roadrunners, which is my alma mater. But it's kind of cool being somewhere where a team won the Super Bowl. It's really cool having a pro baseball team, somewhere that I get to take my kid to when he's old enough, or this year, probably this year, his first baseball game. And I'm really excited about that. Baseball's such a chill thing, just kind of sit and watch. I get like heart palpitations watching football, not so much with baseball. Baseball is just chill. I don't know why. Okay, so this is what I was talking about earlier. I showed those feet and how they were kind of etched out. With CMRs, they slide into place. It works. It's just not as clean for me. I like how Klondike's, it just literally fits in with this. You put it in, and then it may be a little flimsy based off of how it's fitting into these little divots here. But again, to each his own, right? So for this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to apply glue on the side that is going to be, the side that ends up getting stuck. And then all I'm going to do is push this in. So it's not bad, it's just a little messier. Before I moved out here, I was living in Del Rio, Texas, and everybody likes to, or at least in the Air Force, Del Rio, it's on the border. It is very, very small town Texas. But so if you're not used to living in South Texas, the Valley, if you're not used to living in an area with a population of under 30,000, it can be a little jarring. The closest city to us was San Antonio, which was fine with me because I was basically going home on the weekends or like maybe every 2 weeks. But like, God, I miss the food. The food's great up here, right? Like, don't get me wrong. The access to Korean food, Indian food, the Italian food, speaks for itself. Granted, you can definitely tell when people are being lazy and they're doing sauce like out of a can. But the pizza, like, when we eventually have to move away from here for a little bit, like, I'm gonna miss the hell out of the pizza. But I miss good barbecue, like
South Texas style barbecue and Mexican food. The Mexican food here, there's pieces of it that are great, and there's a whole debate on, you know, when I say Mexican food, I mean Tex-Mex. But God, I miss being able to just like roll over to a restaurant and go order like a half dozen breakfast tacos, bring those home, and just family crushes those in the morning, or on the way to work, coffee, bacon and egg, breakfast taco, and a bacon and cheese breakfast taco, money. All right. So again, a little bit messier. Also, it's because I'm a glue whore, but that's neither here nor there. But again, I do much prefer the legs and how that's built in for Klondikes. But I mean, all in all, it's basically more or less the same. So we're gonna follow the same step here. What the hell? Oh shit, no. There we go. That scared me. This glue does like to dry really fast. It's a back corner, so hopefully it doesn't cause too much of an issue. I do worry about, things being flush, but it's T-Track, like they're modules. There's gonna be a little bit of slop to it. I'm doing T-Track because eventually I'm gonna have to move. It's always a matter of when. I think for the most part I'm safe. There's always a chance that I could find out between now and August that I have to move. And if the closer it gets to August, it's more of a like, hello, you need to move next week. But luckily, it's looking like that's not the case. Been looking at our basement, like this, at this point for the next couple of years, like this little T-Track setup that I'm doing is going to satisfy what I need from both an operations perspective, and then from like, I like watching trains go around a loop, and the space that we're building downstairs, or at least kind of setting up, is going to be very crafty, and I like the idea of going down there, and I don't think the music's gonna live down there, but like I like to paint. There's other arts and crafts stuff that we kind of have collected over the years, different hobbies, especially during COVID. Different things with that. I think my music production stuff will eventually go downstairs, but it'll have limitations with the acoustics in the basement. But like I like the idea of going down, busting the easel out. Maybe good at painting. No, that's not the point. But busting the easel out, setting up a little train, watch it go around the layout, and just have that kind of doing its thing in the background, and just very zen, peaceful. That's why I like model railroading. This is very like hands-on, like with the amount of noise in the world. And granted, like look, where if you're sitting here watching this, you're phone in hand, engaging with the hobby, via electronic means. But there's just something that, God, is so appealing of just sitting down, turning off what's going, like the noise that is social media, exactly, in the world, and just doing something with your hands. And with the advent of AI, like, sure, maybe in, who knows, maybe in 2 years, like, it doesn't look as like, yeah, you sure that's not AI? But for now, like, this is as authentic as a hobby can get, right? All right, 20 minutes, maybe we'll do another one, or maybe we'll work on my, has he come back? Dennis, just a heads up, I think I might be getting out of here a little earlier than I was anticipating, but all right, thumbs in mouth. I think he's back to sleep. All right, so this is taped up for the most part. Yeah, look at this side right here. You know what? I think I'm gonna call this good. Dope. Cool. So. Side-by-side comparison here for where these are, two singles. Basically the same dimensions. Klondike's, CMR. I really prefer Klondike's just because, again, I think this might be a little more expensive. And you gotta buy the hardware separate with this. Shaw's putting hardware in here. It's getting laser etched if you want it. You have spots here with this. Like if I want to put drops for unit joiners, I need to drill it in, which is fine. But just overall, like this is just a significantly more. We'll call it significantly. This is definitely a more user-friendly product that's out there for T-Track. CMR definitely does the job, but if I had to choose, I'm going to default to Klondike as often as I can. And had I thought ahead, I probably would grab my triple downstairs, do the triple here, so you can see kind of like between the two, like how everything kind of looks out with the final product. But I had the brain of a goldfish, and I can probably only remember things, lucky, maybe 30 seconds in advance. All right. So maybe I did misselect something on the website, but like, so they laser etched this. This is the inside corner here. I need to see how this is gonna line up. But you do have the, where the track pieces are gonna go. But the one thing that I think kind of messed up here when they etched it is you can make out like that is 15. It's actually backwards too. Wow. This is a 315 degree piece here, but you can't really make it out. And then down here, like it's just completely illegible. So. Which again, very easy to go online, find the T-Track standards, because I ordered this as a standard module, and find the what the requirements are per T-Track and rail. But it's the little things, right? Like, this is essentially my bench work. I think with this one's, so I really like these inside corners because of the space it gives you to do stuff with scenery. Scenery is my thing. I really enjoy doing a nice scenicking of a layout. And with this, I'm debating whether or not this is going to be houses over on this side. But as I'm thinking about it, road is going to kind of peel off here and kind of come this way with something that I'm looking to do, maybe. But this whole area is kind of going into the hills and the mountains, so I think I'm going to probably, like, this side of the layout is going to be a mountain where this, immediately adjacent to this, is going to be a coal mine. And I think the the elevator, if you will, coming from the mine is going to come out of the hill that's sitting right here on the other one. So it gives me a little bit more space and a better angle to work with on the coal mine I'm going to build out. I'm excited about it. Where are we at? Oh, 14 minutes, okay, cool. You know what, I might actually have a little bit of time to do that. So again, as we're excavating this, it's pretty sturdy once it's done. there you have it. That's a completed T-Track module. Yeah, you see kind of, this is the whole thing. I'm excited about it. All right, so. 10 minutes to spare. I'm gonna go grab my DCC-EX base station that I use to run this stuff, and we're gonna do a quick repair on it. I'm gonna show you guys a mistake that I made. Just gotta figure out, I think it's upstairs, maybe. I might look downstairs real quick just to see, because I think it might be in one spot, but it might also be upstairs. Keyword is, this should work. So for those of you who aren't familiar with DCC-EX, this is a base station. This is a Arduino Mega proprietary motor shield, and then a proprietary Wi-Fi shield. And the Wi-Fi, like this setup, is so user-friendly. If you want to switch some stuff out, like you just pop these in and out. If you want to go from DC to DCC, this has a DC capability built in. Those are loose. That's not good. This one took some damage. I think I'm just gonna replace the whole dang thing, but we'll see. So there I was in the shit. This has just been hanging out, like just on its own, no shielding like around it, just kind of hanging out. And this is what I use to, you know, power the track, power everything on it. And we did a meetup right, I want to say at the beginning of December. Ended up being me and David Kiviat over at Titusville Tabletop Games. Shout out to them, they're great. Rob's an S-scaler, he's in the group. But yeah, so some kids came in and like we're hanging out, and all of a sudden like Rob's yelling at these little girls to kind of like get away from our stuff, because like we look over and David has some Japanese Kado stuff kind of running around his track, and it's like going like the speed of plaid. We came over, like I want to say 9-10 years old. Frankly, probably should have known better. I should have known better. I should have had a case for this. But like we're like, okay, cool. You know what? They're curious about it. Like opportunity to proselytize the hobby, if you will. Let them play with our stuff. And I come over a little later and noticed that like one of my loop, which was DCC, his loop was DC, so it was running okay, had stopped, and I had lost connection. I'm like trying to figure this out, like what the hell happened. And then I look, and you can see here, like this is completely bent in. And what happened was one of the little girls had gone and like put her whole body weight on this thing and just like crushed some spots on here, which yeah isn't ideal. Lesson learned. The mom and dad, they're like, oh my god, so sorry, you know, didn't mean it. It's like, yeah, like it's like, lady, like I expect like stuff to get broken by like little kids, like the littles, like 4 years old, just because they don't know their own like body strength and stuff. But dude, when it's like a 10-year-old, like, yo kid, you know better. But that said, too, I remember being very much a unaware, 9-10-year-old, not knowing like my own strength, not knowing kind of how fragile things are. Like, yeah, it totally makes sense that like, oh, okay, maybe this is gonna hold my weight. I don't know what this is. So I can absolutely empathize and kind of see myself in that little girl's like place. Those little kids like kind of running around. But yeah, so what we're gonna do is, I ordered this a couple weeks ago. This is the new Wi-Fi shield. I might end up replacing the whole thing in case it decides that it doesn't want to work. But this will be a nice little switch over before we switch back to Bart here in 5 minutes. To show you kind of what we're doing. So this is how this comes packaged. Nice and little foam there. Little wires. I forget what they're called. Reminds me very much of like analog synths. Little patch wires. I'm just trying to see where this is going to go. Okay, this is 18 and 19. I'm gonna try to be smart about this. One, two, three, four. Now I'll get the diagram for this afterwards, but I just wanted to do this to show you guys kind of what this looks like. And then do it because I've been putting it off for like a week and a half. All right, 3 weeks. I've had it for 3 weeks. This is just number 1 right here, so, okay. Oh. I'm such a fan of DCCEX. Outside a little bit of work that you have to do to kind of put it together and stuff, which is very simple, and the programming is super easy too, unless you're doing like crazy stuff with like, controlling turnouts and different things. God, this is just such a nice little product. All right, let's take the old one off. Is there any other damage in this? No. That I know of. I think we're good. I hope we're good. Okay. Dope, dope, dope. You have this the right way, right? Yeah. Okay. And then a little bit of Vickle. There you go. I should probably power this on just to make sure it works, but I'm not going to because I don't know where my power cable is. And we are running quick on time. But yeah, once we're done with this, this right here is for the programming track. This here is for everything else. And then all I do is plug it in here. This goes to the modules. And then for the weird, since it's blue, white, white, blue, which I think I'm gonna go away from and just do blue, white with stuff on my layout. But if you want to be friendly and have people over and set up your modules. This, I crossed the wires right here, just swapped them. And it allows me to do a blue, white with a blue, white, blue setup. And you just plug it into one of them. And I need to mark it. I need to probably put this in red, just for the inside loop. I think the inside loop's red. And that's how that goes. But yeah, GCC-EX is great. But y'all, I hope you all have had a wonderful morning hanging out with me, listening to me talk to myself, since I, again, can't see what any of you all are saying. I do appreciate you guys hanging out with us over the last, shoot, what's the public math? I was at 6, it's 8. It's going to a good cause, and I know we've already, for the most part, met the goal that we were looking for, and now we're essentially trying to hit another $400 before this is said and done. I'll be right back. I got cut off. Oh, and now I see the chat as this is all ending on me, so that's great. That's awesome. Bad guy. Go Mets. Go Phils. Wow. Okay, I love how in the last like 20 seconds of this, I'm literally getting all the chats here. But anyway, as I was saying, y'all, it's been a great 90 minutes. Bart's coming back on, and he's gonna do some good stuff. And then later on, I know Dennis is gonna do a couple more things. Sam is getting on, and he's gonna go live at a train show that he's gonna be at. And then Paul Stamp and the Finger Lakes Railway are going to be our closing act for this. So again, y'all, to everybody who's helped out with this so far, thank you so much. And for those of you that are continuing to tune in and listen and watch this, I really appreciate it. So yeah, go Birds. Oh, and the audio's gone. Oh, okay, dope. It would not surprise me. Just, this has gone incredibly smooth. But for the onesie, twosie things, it's just like, man. But hey, it's the joys of trying to stream over multiple people, multiple platforms, so it works out. Anyway, guys, Bart's up next.